pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we would ask DJ if you would offer a prayer.
Our Heavenly Father, we bow our heads this evening to acknowledge Thy hand in all things and to give thanks for the blessings and privileges that we enjoy of self-government and of living in this good community. We pray that Thou wilt continue to bless our country and help guide those who are in positions of leadership. We ask a blessing over all those who will participate this evening, that Thy Spirit will be with us, that we can contribute respectfully and productively to the issues that are presented this evening to the City Council. We are grateful for those that serve in our community, for those that have taken the time to participate this evening in our local government. We offer this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, Council, if there's no questions on minutes or anything, I would accept the motion to approve calendar items 1, A, B, and C.
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items 1, A, B, and C.
I'll second it.
Then moved and seconded that we approve calendar items 1, A, B, and C. Jeff.
Aye.
Liz.
Aye.
Kim.
Aye.
Adam.
Aye.
4 ayes. Next.
Before you start that, I'm a little tardy, but I'm going to send this around. I'm going to send this sheet around. Anybody wishing to speak for the public hearing tonight, if you'll go ahead, there's a side that says in favor and a side opposed. If you want to speak neutrally, just put it right in the middle of the two. So anybody that would like to speak will just pass that around. You'll fill that out.
Chad, we saved you a spot in the front row. Okay, so a lot of you are here real quick for the public hearing. So when we finish whatever you're here for, you're welcome to leave if you would like to. You don't have to stay for the whole meeting. You're welcome to stay for the whole meeting, just so you know that. Do we need to pass that around before we start then?
Well, I figured people could sign it as it was going around, as Mr. Anderson and whoever was representing them wanted to personally.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to turn the time over to our attorney, BJ Driscoll, to run the public hearing. This public hearing is for the development of Box Crossing subdivision. So, BJ, you're up.
All right, thank you, Mayor. For those of you that attended processes like this, hearings like this before, this will be a little bit of a review. But for those of you that are here for the first time, just kind of wanted to do a quick overview of the process. I want to thank you all for coming. Whether you're in favor of this application or opposed to it, or just have questions, the purpose of this public hearing is to give fair consideration to the matters presented to the City Council. So one of the things I'd like to do to help me, in addition to what Sandy sent around with the sign-up sheet, just to help me kind of manage the hearing. Some cities and some counties and boards, they do it a little bit differently. And there's not any one-size-fits-all application as far as how we're supposed to conduct these hearings. Just a few ground rules. But I'd like to get kind of a feel for how many people would like to participate tonight. We can impose time limits, but that may not be necessary, and frankly, I prefer not to. But we also want to, we don't like to have a lot of redundancy in the matters that are presented. So, for example, if some of you have talked together and you have like a spokesperson, that's helpful and encouraged. If you hear someone else share testimony or information that you agree with, I don't mind if you want to quickly say, hey, I agree with that, but don't feel like you have to repeat the same things that have been said by others, regardless of what the topic is. You can throw your support behind it, but you don't have to repeat it again and explain things again. The basic format of the proceeding tonight, so most open meetings are a spectator sport as far as the public goes, and there's no real right of the public to participate. The exception to that is the hearing process, and this is where everyone does have a right to participate, and we want to encourage that tonight. The basic format will be that we will allow time for those who, the applicant, and I see some of the representatives here tonight, and anyone, in addition to the applicant, anyone that wishes to speak in support of the application for this preliminary plat. Then we usually take just a few minutes and have a time for those that may just have questions or maybe have comments to make that are of more of a neutral nature, and we want to allow those persons to then share their information, their testimony. And then after that, we'll go ahead and allow any of those that are here to speak in opposition to the application. We'll give you some time to share your testimony or evidence, concerns, whatever you brought in tonight. However, before we close the hearing this evening, and after we give everyone an opportunity to participate to that point, we will allow the applicant, as is customary, as the person requesting the action, they will have an opportunity to respond to that opposition and rebut that if they so choose. And then once that is complete, we will close the hearing. At that point, there will be no more public comment, public input. The hearing will be concluded, and the matter will be delivered to the council for their consideration, their deliberation, and for further handling tonight, whatever decision they might reach. One other thing that I would like to do, though, right after we open the hearing and before we get started, we have received a number of written materials. We want to make sure that they're a matter of record and that everyone is aware of them, so that you can either not repeat what has already been said, or if you disagree with it, that you have an opportunity to respond to that when you're invited to speak. Those of you wishing to participate will need to state your name, your address, and you will need to make an oath or affirmation that the information that you're offering tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge. We do have, looks like we've got a little extra hardware at the podium there
I
tonight.
think that's something,
That's for
It's
community
for the
pioneer.
pioneer.
Okay, all right, very good. Typically, we don't have a microphone on our podium, and our microphone on the end of the council table there will pick up testimony offered. So don't think that you're not being recorded. The proceeding tonight is being recorded in addition to the minutes that Sandy will take as our city clerk. And so we'll have that there. It looks like the additional microphone then is just for purposes of our the public presence through the broadcast. So yeah, question before we begin?
Yeah, you said there's documentation stuff that's already public record. Is it on the county's website?
It is not on the county's website. It is not on the city's website either.
That's what
I think these are things, yeah, no, I assume that's what you meant, but I think these are things that were just presented prior to the hearing.
Okay, so real quick, everything that we were handed, they're here to present.
Well, and that's what I wanted to, I was
Yeah.
actually going to ask that, because I don't want to read it if you want to talk, if there's somebody here that wants to talk about it.
Yeah,
And vice versa.
all of it here that we got handed tonight, they're all here.
To talk about.
talk about.
Okay, so if you've presented something to Sandy for consideration tonight, would you I'll just leave that up to you then to make that a matter of record. You can discuss it, and you can mention if you've submitted anything in writing, and that should be a sufficient record to keep track of everything that we're looking at tonight. I think that's probably it. The only thing that I mentioned to the council is you can, of course, ask questions during the hearing process. If there's something you don't understand, you need explained, want to have explained more, the hearing portion is the interactive portion of the meeting. And then once the hearing is closed, then of course there'll be no more discussion. If you have any follow-up, then I understand sometimes you need to ask a few questions for things, but we want to do as much of that question and answer during the hearing itself to allow the participants to respond to that if they choose. So, any other questions before we begin? All right. Then we will go ahead at this time and open our public hearing. Mayor, one question I had as far as this, did he go at any particular
No,
time? Okay.
no.
He was just going to be a little late.
He
Okay.
was gonna be 15 minutes late maybe, so
But he
if he was late,
he exceeded our
he made it, so.
All right, very good. Then what we'll do is go ahead and officially open the public hearing. I don't have the sheet back yet, but I would begin by probably inviting a representative from the applicant. I don't know who you designated tonight. Yes? You'll come on up and state your name, your address.
Jeff, would you turn your mic so it's closer? Turn it, put it behind your laptop there maybe even. That would be challenging. Hang on 1 minute. A little technical difficulty for a second.
So you could hear from different ones of us, so nobody would get too bored by hearing too much from any one of us. So,
before you get rolling, could you state your name?
oh, sorry, Mike Hicks, 284 Palomino Drive in Idaho Falls.
Mr. Hicks, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to offer tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Go ahead. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
That's great. Thank you. It's one of those things I've totally forgotten. So, if you all will humor me just a minute, I'd like to talk a little bit about where this all came from to begin with. So, lived in Idaho Falls since 1984 with the exception of 2 years. So, been here in eastern Idaho for a long time and initially a practicing real estate agent since 1988. And in recent years, one of the things that I've noticed is that in general in our area, housing costs have been escalating, gradually going up and gradually going up. And then of course here lately, it's been quite an escalation. And we've watched families have challenges being able to afford housing. And over time, we've seen lots of high-end subdivisions developed, and I've developed some of them. I've been one of those who developed and seen some beautiful subdivisions develop, and of course, what's not to like. But also began to recognize, as I had children in the local area, begin to have challenges in being able to afford housing themselves. And so my children live here, at least one of my children and grandchildren live here, and at the time they bought, the only way they were able to buy was through our assistance. So we provided financial assistance so they could buy, which really heightened my awareness of the need to have some form of housing that the average person could actually afford. And if we look around, even surrounding our immediate area here in Shelley, we have some beautiful subdivisions, but they're out of the financial reach of many. And so it became an objective of mine, a personal objective of mine 3 or 4 years ago, to be on the search for a piece of property that would be ideal for creating an area where we could have homes that the average working person could afford and could live in, yet would be a nice area. And so I enlisted my partners in that and let them know about my vision a long time ago, and they got excited about all that. And one day, Chris, who will speak here in a minute, he called me and actually sent us a text and said, hey, there's 105 acres just adjoining Shelley that's been annexed that I think would be perfect. Give it a look, which we did, and we looked at it. And so that's where this all began and where we came from. So, you know, recently, especially in the past 18 to 24 months, housing affordability has become a real hot button as house prices have escalated all across the country. And many of those, I would tell you just about everybody in this room who owns real estate has experienced significant growth in equity in their homes due to valuation increases, which at the same time has driven a lot of people out of being able to afford the very home that you all may enjoy already. So this is such a highlight for the state that Governor Little was actually in our area recently, and he brought this up, that is a major issue all across the state of Idaho. So if we look around in Shelley and other areas, Idaho Falls, Ammon, Pocatello, north into Rigby and Rexburg, we see lots of multifamily developments going up, townhouses stacked side by side. And that's being built with the idea of that being the answer to finding homes or residential settings that the average citizen here can afford to live in, that's the answer. And you know, some of those homes, they have tiny yards, some may have a garage. Quality of finishes are variable, but the one thing for sure is they share a common wall. They have a common wall, sometimes on both sides, sometimes only on one if they happen to luck up. And they may be able to buy, and a lot of them are just available for rent. So in fact, that becomes the issue now because of affordability. We have a lot of people who would love to be able to afford a home, to be able to own their home, to have that American dream, and they can't have it. And so they get turned into renters. So we believe, our foundational belief is that everybody should have the option to be able to find a home, a high quality single family home with a yard in a good location, in a good community, in a good city that they can live in and enjoy, a desirable city like Shelley and others across eastern Idaho, actually. So I wanted to offer some facts just for us to know about our local community. So as of this afternoon, in the city of Shelley, there's one residential property on the market with a listing price of less than $400,000. One. Year to date, there have been 51 residential properties sold through the MLS in the city of Shelley. And I'm talking about residential properties, not small acreages. These are homes on less than 7/10 of an acre of property. The average home in Shelley sold for $287,020 year to date is the average selling price. Now, interestingly, in Shelley, the average household income in Shelley is $68,000, which is, you know, that's pretty good, isn't it? So Shelley's growth rate, annual growth rate, is 1.33% in a state that is experiencing far greater growth than that. And so growth is coming to Shelley, and that's part of the struggle. But interestingly, since 2010, the population of Shelley has grown from 4,409 citizens to 4,586. So in 11 years, the city's grown 177 citizens. And the economic impact of that shows up as the cost to run this city and the services that are needed for the citizens are suffering cost increases faster than revenues are rising. And that's one of the reasons cities, just like any business, have to have growth, or they starve themselves to death due to lack of growth. So Fox Crossing, just a quick fun story to tell you how we came up with that name. As we saw that property while we were still in our due diligence period, Sean, Chris, and I went out onto the property, and there was an old site out there that was a potato shed at one time. And we were standing out there looking at the property, and we looked off to the northwest, and there was a fox just out there in the middle of the field that we just watched. And after a little bit, it got up and it just went across the field. And that's honestly where the name Fox Crossing came from. It just was like this sign for us about something that should happen. So just an interesting little sidebar. So some details about the subdivision. Of course, it's 357 lots is the current size of the subdivision. And
hold on. 357?
357.
Oh, I thought it was 375.
I think it's 357. You've got that right? It might be 375. I was thinking 357, in that range.
The preliminary plat, which I
375?
believe we have up front here, says 375.
Okay, 375. The development of that subdivision, the plan is roughly a 5-year construction cycle for the subdivision, which is roughly 70 homes per year. All of the lots have been designed to either meet or exceed the Shelley ordinances and guidelines that were in place at the time of our application. In the entire subdivision, there's only one short cul-de-sac in the subdivision. In the early meetings with the city, easy access for emergency vehicles was something that was emphasized. One, because we don't have a large police force here. It's a volunteer fire department. So the ability to get emergency vehicles in and out easily was an issue. So in the design of the plat, we took that into account and only did the one cul-de-sac because we really had to due to the shape of the property. So Ellsworth Engineering has carefully coordinated with Sandy and other city representatives to assure absolutely every criteria established in the ordinance of the city of Shelley been met or have been exceeded. This includes appropriate sizing for services such as water and sewer, storm drainage, and it also includes the initial design of a secondary water system that are in plat, meaning that the irrigation for the yards will not be provided from the city water system, which helps preserve and extend the life of that water system, but also in the long run is the thing to do, to be using surface water irrigation, to use the water rights that we have for a surface to water our yards. All the homes they're designed to meet the city ordinance with regards to front and side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks as well. They all have 2-car garages. Also, the homes will be turnkey. One of the things we didn't want was, knowing that the families moving in, it would pretty much tap them out financially in order to make their down payment to move into these homes. And so having money to finish off basements, to put in yards, to put up fences, to put in sprinkler systems, because again, the surface water irrigation is not going to come from city water. So hauling hoses isn't going to work on a pressurized irrigation. So these are turnkey. When people move in, the sprinkler systems will be installed. All the yards will be hydro-seeded. If we can work sod into the budgets, we'll actually desod them, and they'll all be fully fenced. From the outside, they'll be done. They'll be finished. People can fine-tune and add, but they'll be done. So they can move in and start enjoying their home. So the point is neat and clean and squared away from day one, rather than the typical subdivision that you go through and it's taking a long time, in some cases years, for homes to find those yards to be wrapped up and finished.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you. Perhaps one of your associates is going to address this. But one question that I had that I think would be helpful for the council is, as far as management of like a pressurized secondary irrigation system, whether that's through some sort of a nonprofit association or an HOA or other. Anyway, at some point, if you want to care to address that.
Sure. So, when we started all this, we chose the word affordable. That was us who chose that word. And I think that the word itself creates panic. It creates concern. And that, gosh, what is this? And it's a natural thing to believe that this means it's low-income housing, that it's subsidized housing, that's what affordable means. But that's not what we mean with this. That's not what we mean with the subdivision. So based on current dollars, we expect the average price of the homes to be in the $350,000 to $375,000 range, turnkeyed out the door, people moving in. I want to make sure that everybody remembers that I said the average selling price for the 51 homes, the total residential properties without any editing for price, that's the high, the low, everything, the average is $287,000. So the average price of the homes in this subdivision will be 30% higher than the average price of homes that have sold this year in the city of Shelley. And it's also going to take a family that has a household income of at least $65,000 in order to afford to buy a home in this subdivision. Which, by the way, Shelley's average income is $68,000. Interesting how that all matches up. So I guess instead of calling this affordable housing, we'd really prefer to call it housing that the average household can afford to move into. And again, that's whether it's other people in this room, it's whether it's your children, it's whether your grandchildren, it's whether your parents who are moving from somewhere else to follow your family that happens to be here. So community revenues are going to be elevated and raised during the time of construction and development because all the workers, they need to go somewhere for food, they need to fill up with gas, they'll have other items, they're going to have those stops on the way home, they're going to use the local economy for that. Then later on, Fox Crossing residents will provide a great economic boost to local stores, to restaurants, and services, not to mention tax revenues for the city of Shelley. It will also mean new jobs in the community because somebody is going to mow those yards, and it won't be always the homeowners. Somebody's going to clean the houses. Somebody's going to make repairs. Somebody's got to be at the additional employment that's going to be provided at the grocery stores and in those areas. So, you know, it's just a great opportunity for the community. So the revenues raised aren't just about the revenues raised by the tax dollars sitting by the citizens, the future homeowners in that area. So, in closing, just like to summarize a couple things. So before purchasing this property, we spent 60 days doing our due diligence to ensure our vision for this project would comply with the ordinances of the city of Shelley. So we talked to Sandy about some aspects of our vision that did not at that time fit within the ordinances that the city had. And Sandy was great. She moved forward. She had conversations with fire and with law enforcement and other divisions here at the city. And she quietly came back and told us that, look, you can apply for some variances, but it's very, very unlikely that you'll have success with that. Subsequently, after that meeting, so that was a one-on-one meeting with that, subsequently we met with the mayor, the Sandy, and other city officials, the city engineer, etc. And after listening courteously, they also let us know we could try for variances, but that approval would be unlikely at best. So, you know, we had to go back and take a look. We had to look at this and say, okay, here are the ordinances. It's been stressed to us that this is the deal. So we researched, we pondered, we debated, then discovered that we could design and develop home plans that would actually fit and fully comply with the requirements for our city ordinances here in Shelley. So we closed on the land in full belief and understanding that if we advanced a plat that was 100% compliant with Shelley city ordinances, that it would in fact be approved. And so that's what we did. So we've relied on the carefully considered and established city ordinances to develop Fox Crossing. Besides the almost $2 million paid for the land, there's been tens of thousands of dollars that have been invested to the plat to this date. There's hundreds of hours that have been spent to assure every aspect of the city ordinances are complied with. Not only our time, but the time of city officials. This poor engineer, he's run all over the place and getting answers for us. Dave's been tremendous. There's the developers of the parks who we've had to have conversations with regarding sewer. Bateman Hall, our firm that would manage the construction project. Ellsworth Engineering, who's done all kinds of work going back and forth. There's just lots of people who have invested time and effort in creating a plat that's in compliance with the ordinances that have been advanced by the city of Shelley to say, if you do this, you can come here. So, you know, for Shelley, it means new jobs, a new talent source for local businesses, and more business for the local businesses. And maybe it'll contribute to the opening of new businesses in some of the vacant storefronts up and down Yellowstone that have gone vacant in this past 10 or 11 years where the growth has been nominal here. But we also recognize that growth is hard and always finds resistance. I've been developing for a while. I've never had a bunch of people jump up in a room like this one and say, oh yes, bring it on. It's just not what happens. It's natural. It happens every time without fail. You know, identifying the right growth, this conversation came up during both the P&Z meeting, especially in the P&Z meeting. You know, identifying right growth versus wrong growth is potentially prejudicial by its very randomness and its application. So that's why we have ordinances. That's why they're established. They provide clear and defined guidance to anybody who wants to develop property within any municipality on what's required in order to successfully do that. So it's those standards that set the expectations and are designed to prevent potentially prejudicial selection in the platting process. So we're counting on this council's approval of Fox Crossing plat based on its full and unequivocal compliance to the standards and expectations set by the city of Shelley through its ordinances, and honestly through its comprehensive plan as they connect with the city ordinances. And that its full compliance should bring full approval of that plat without delay. So Fox Crossing is owned by local people. All of us in ownership have lived in eastern Idaho for a long time. We're a short hop, skip, and a jump from here. Idaho Falls is not local. I know it's not a Shelley citizen, but it's not local. The homes are being designed and drawn locally. We have local people drawing these plans. The development and home construction will be managed by a locally owned company, Bateman Hall. Local contractors and suppliers will be utilized. Funding is being provided locally by the Bank of Commerce. From start to finish, we will be the developer of the property and the builder of the homes. A top-flight team has been assembled to assure the quality of Fox Crossing and that quality is maintained through the process. There's a big real estate speaker out there. His name is Brian Buffini. He talks about when he was a boy, he was about to be a fifth-generation painter. And he just finished painting a room, and his father came in, and he's Irish. I'm terrible with an Irish brogue. But Brian says, my dad, he looked at me, and he said, Brian, would you put your name on this? Would you put your name on this? Which Brian clearly told us, he said what his dad meant was, would you sign this that Brian Buffini painted this room so that everybody knew who painted it? Our names that have been spent in my case and the others, they can speak for themselves. 33 years of reputation building. My name is attached to this. I care very much about how this turns out. I care very much that we have a place for the average citizen to live. And I care very much about the city of Shelley, that it's a contribution to the community, not a takeaway. We are completely and totally committed to that. And that's it. That's my part.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Looking ahead, did you take the bulk of your time for your group? I know you said you had some other.
The others are very short.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I noticed that was probably about 20 minutes, and just for everybody's benefit, if we do that, we're going to be here for a very, very long time. I do want to give a little extra time to the applicant because they have invested in the application and in the process. I think that's right, but we don't want everybody taking 20 minutes each tonight if we can help it. So
besides mine, the rest of these were designed to be about 3 minutes.
Very good.
So
no, that would be perfectly appropriate.
Okay, great.
That's fine. Just for guidance for everybody moving ahead. Thank you.
Any questions? I think we'll hit the HOA and the irrigation coming up.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. What's your name, sir?
Steve Ellsworth, Ellsworth & Associates, 253 First Street, Idaho Falls.
Okay.
Ellsworth & Associates.
Good for you again, real quick. And I'm going to repeat this so it'll get faster as the night goes on. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to offer tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Please proceed.
Ellsworth & Associates was approached to help the Anderson Hicks Group come up with a proposed subdivision for Fox Crossing. When the preliminary plat of Fox Crossing was considered for approval, the property was already annexed into the city of Shelley and zoned R1. The city of Shelley R1 designations or design standards were adhered to during the design process of the preliminary plat. According to City Code 1016-4A, lots within the R1 zone are to have a minimum of 8,000 square feet. The preliminary plat of Fox Crossing was designed using the required minimum lot size to allow for reasonably priced housing within a subdivision. All design standards of the City Code 1016-6 and 1016-7 were met in the design of the preliminary plat for Fox Crossing. All roads within the subdivision were designed to the 62-foot right-of-way, allowing for 40 foot of pavement, curb gutter, landscape strip, and sidewalk. The proposed preliminary plat would be served by central domestic water, central sanitary sewer, have a central stormwater collection system that drains to the proposed roadways to a stormwater retention area, also known as a storm pond, to provide for adequate drainage of the subdivision. The storm ponds were designed to accommodate a park-like atmosphere. They are large. Two of them are over an acre. They could possibly provide some sort of a park-like amenity. Fire hydrants were shown on the preliminary plat in accordance with required fire protection. Street lights shown for public safety. A pressurized irrigation line was added to the proposed plat to provide irrigation water to each lot in order to eliminate the need for irrigation water on the city of Shelley's domestic water system. As you'll see in the preliminary plat, Lot 1, Block 4 was designed as a mailbox cluster to help the USPS deliver mail to homeowners within the subdivision in a centralized location, so there's no need to go door to door. The preliminary plat was reviewed by city planning staff and city engineer for compliance, and all concerns about the preliminary plat and design were addressed prior to the planning meeting for the preliminary plat. All requirements of City Code 1016-9 have been addressed in the preliminary plat prior to the planning and zoning meeting for the preliminary plat of Fox Crossing. Additional requirements from the city, such as connecting a 16-inch water line to the water line in North Lincoln and running said water line to a booster pump station within the proposed subdivision, were agreed upon at the time of preliminary plat. In conclusion, all aspects of the city code and city design standards have been adhered to, and the proposed preliminary plat of Fox Crossing was designed to be verified in accordance with all city design standards by city staff. Is there any questions I can answer?
I don't have any questions.
I know one of my hesitations is I don't know if I want to ask a question that's going to be addressed later. But since you're the engineer for the applicant, I'm thinking you might be the guy.
Yeah.
Could you tell me how this application meets the sewer requirements? It seems like, from what I've gathered, there's some serious concerns about the sewer, and I want to give you guys a chance to address that directly.
Is your concern about capacity?
My concern is about both connection and capacity and cost and ERUs. And I'm not I know I'm not a city council member, but I'm doing that because, honestly, for everybody's benefit, my biggest concern here is just the feasibility of what the city's doing and the legality of the process to do it. So I know that's one concern that I've heard voiced.
So the central sewer will be fed down through the division to the south, the Parks subdivision, and the Parks subdivision is upgrading a sanitary sewer system in First Street, which would allow for sewer in Fox Crossing to be adequately channeled through these pipe networks. So there is capacity. That would be the next question for this gentleman here. If it's a question about capacity, if it's how we're going to be, we will be installing all water sewer storm underneath the road and through our subdivision, and connecting it to a system that would then drain through the parks.
I just wanted, yeah, whatever you wanted to say about that, I just wanted to kind of raise the issue.
So yeah, no problem.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? You're here with the applicant tonight?
I am just at the request of the parks, basically, but Blake Jolly with Connect Engineering.
I didn't even recognize you with the beard coat.
I try to no shave November, right?
November.
Every once in a while, you got to see if you can be a real man and grow a beard. So.
Mr. Jolly, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true, correct, and best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead. Did you state your address too?
No.
Sorry, Sandy said she missed that.
2295 North Yellowstone Highway, Suite 6.
What was the number?
2295 North Yellowstone Highway. I got to remember because we just moved, and so I have my old address in my head.
By the way, speaking of that, what would be helppful too in my expedite process is, has that paper made its way around now through the whole group there? Would you go ahead and bring that up to us? We'll incorporate that as part of the record, and I'll use that as a reference point checklist, make sure we get everything.
I don't think Chad had it yet.
Um,
Or
You got on that?
We did, yeah, I wrote.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, I just was asked by the applicants to maybe stand up and discuss a little bit with some of the process that the park subdivision went through in order to get to to where they're at today with their approval and moving forward with their subdivision getting currently built. As many of you are well aware, that subdivision started over a year ago, trying to do that, and many discussions taking place with the city, and this as part of those discussions with the city, it was talking about what can we do in order to help facilitate, shouldn't say facilitate, but help growth within the city of Shelley at a minimal expense to the city of Shelley, whether it be with water or sewer systems. So as part of that, we worked with the city, and we're looking into the future. As part of the parks development, there's a 15-inch sanitary sewer line that's being extended to the north end boundary of park subdivision in order to accommodate whether it be Fox Crossing or whether it be another development to the east or to the south or whatever. That subdivision, as part of the thought process there, was discussed with the city engineer, and we felt that it was in the best interest of the city and to allow for things of this nature to happen, that this sewer line would be increased in size. And so that was done as part of the parks, or as part of the parks development. And that's basically what I was asked to discuss today is that function of that. The other thing was there's a 16-inch water line down there on the south side of the parks subdivision. A 12-inch water main is being extended to 1300 north to potentially help facilitate those, which would create inner loops between future developments or anything else that would basically help decrease the abilities, or not decrease the abilities, but satisfy some of the abilities of future growth of the city to whatever those are. Dave can probably stand up and correct some of those if I've stated any of those incorrect. But basically that's what I've been asked to basically discuss tonight, not necessarily for or against or anything that direction, but just reiterate that some of those discussions that were taking place over the last year.
Questions there? Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Who would go next? Come on up, sir. Again, would you state your name and address?
You bet. Chris Bertolli, 306 Spring Meadows Drive, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Hit me with it. Let's do this.
Could you spell your last name?
It's B-E-R-T, A as in apple, G as in golf, N as in Nancy, O-L-L-I.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So my portion of this, I actually, to Mike's point, brought this project to this whole team. And when I was looking through just different opportunities, we work with multiple investors quite a bit. Obviously, we're seeing that in Idaho right now. And we had multiple investors looking at this specific property, specific investors from California and different places. But what made it appealing to us was that it was here in our local community, and it was something that we can do something about. We knew that there was an issue. So a couple things I want to talk about in our expectations as we walked into purchasing that property. One of the things that really made us excited about it is that it was through annexation and zoning, right? Everybody knows that that's probably one of the biggest challenges that you're going to have when you have a piece of property like that, is getting it through annexation, getting it zoned, and being able to do what you're wanting to do after the fact. And so when we met with the city council and we were denied the plat, a lot of language was directed around the comprehensive plan that the city of Shelley has in place. And so at that point, and Mike and Sean will vouch for this, I said, I'm going to master that comprehensive plan. I'm going to go through it. I'm going to understand it front to back. And I want to understand exactly what this city council is driving towards that they're not seeing in the way that we're presenting this ground, right? That was really important to me. It was, we're trying to do something here that is in line with the vision that Mike has, that's in line with the demand we're seeing. And I'm going to share a story here before I wrap up. But as I went through that comprehensive plan, you look at page 21, you look at page 42, where it talks about all of the city services, all the police, the fire, if you're going to have enough water, sewer. All of those considerations are made pre-annexation, pre-zoning, right? All of that is done at that time. It's part of the planning process. And so as I read that, I thought, well, hold on a second. Let me go back and look at the public hearings that were held when they zoned and annexed this property in. And there was not a thing. There was not a rebuttal. There was not a question. Nothing at that meeting happened, right? And I questioned that. I said, okay, holy cow. We're being turned down for the sheer reason that the comprehensive plan is not in alignment with this plat. When at this point, all we should be hearing is denials based on specific ordinances that aren't being met, based on the annexation and the zoning that was already in place. And that's what I'm asking this council to consider at this time, is we've taken that zoning, we've taken those ordinances, and we've lined out a plat that perfectly aligns with the annexation and zoning that aligned with the comprehensive plan at the time that it was annexed and zoned. The second thing I want to point out, and this is just a personal experience, and I was, speaking with Councilwoman Westergaard before about kids, right? I have kids that they're dancing at infinity, and when I jumped into real estate, the very first house I did an open house in was here in Shelley. It's a little house just back here, and it actually has a little apartment. And in that open house, I met a couple from Shelley with 4 kids that desperately wanted to live in Shelley. And we looked for months for a house in Shelley. Couldn't find it, right? Could not find that property. And so they ended up in Ivywood subdivision, a Rockwell subdivision, where at that time they could purchase a house for $385,000, right? This fills that need. About a month and a half ago, I was telling the mayor that I was able to move them because of the equity that they have in that place to October Cove here in Shelley, where they want to be. That's their goal, is to be in Shelley. Right now, you do not have this niche. It doesn't exist. Yeah, that's what I want to leave with you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
When you say it doesn't meet a niche, are you referring to the fact of new homes? Are you referring to existing homes as standing?
I would. There's a gap in both. So the new homes that are being built right now, you've got townhouses or 1-acre lots that are $500,000 to $600,000 homes. Period. Hummingbird, one of your bird streets. We listed a property there last week. It sold. We listed it at $300,000. It went way over ask in 2 days. 2 days. Okay, that means the demand for that price range in that home is up here, and you don't have that. You don't have that need, right, or that filling. You're not filling that gap. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Same routine.
Good evening.
Address?
Sean Anderson. I live at 5107 Solstice, Idaho Falls.
Mr. Anderson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to offer tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
Okay, I will be brief. I know it's getting late, but I do want to thank you for this reconsideration. It means a lot to us that you take the time to look at this project a second time. As others have stated, we believe that the Fox Crossing community will be a wonderful thing for the city of Shelley. We believe that it will be a subdivision that will be filled with incredible families and individuals that 10 years from now you guys can't imagine not having in your community. And I just wanted to touch briefly, Mike mentioned this very quickly, but the timing of the project, when we presented the plat, we presented a very large plat, and we know that. In fact, at one meeting, someone on the city council, or Sandy, someone mentioned, I think you guys would have had a much better chance getting this through if you would have chunked this down a little bit and presented it phase by phase. But we didn't feel like that was the right approach. We felt like you and the residents of Shelley deserve to see the final vision all at once and to know the overall plan from the start. And we also couldn't take the risk of having the zoning ordinances changed throughout the process if we got it approved piece by piece. And as you guys demonstrated several months ago, that process is very easy for you to swiftly change the zoning ordinances, and that could have changed the entire vision of our project halfway through it. And so we couldn't afford to take that risk. So we presented a very large plat. And we understand that that was overwhelming for the residents and for the council. But I just want to make sure that you guys understand that this isn't going to be like 375 homes just magically dropping from the sky in 2022. This is phased in strategically, 50 to 60 homes over each year over a 5-year period, thus giving you guys the chance to ramp up. Some of the concerns that we've heard are, I know the engineers will talk to the capacity, sewer, and water, and they already have. But other concerns that we've heard are schools, garbage, traffic, fire, those kinds of things. And we understand that comes with growth. And obviously with the widening of this road, I mean, growth is coming. It can't be stopped. And so it's coming to East Idaho. And so it's here. And this phased approach over 5 years should give the city council and planning and zoning time, and the school districts and the fire department and the police department time to ramp that up. 50 homes a year isn't going to be enough to shut those services down. And so, and quite frankly, like Chris said, that's not, I don't want to sound rude, but that's not necessarily our problem as a developer. Of course, we want to do it strategically, and we want to partner with you guys and do it in alliance with you because we care about the community, and it doesn't serve us well to cripple a community that we're trying to sell homes in for the next 5 years. So we get that, and we want to work with you guys on the timing of that approach, and we will. One other thing that we had was, because as a concern, was the garbage. We can easily contract that out if it's, we had mentioned that this would require another garbage truck and there wasn't budget for that. We can contract that out with private garbage providers. That's a fairly easy problem to solve. Another problem was parking in the neighborhood. If there are 370 homes in there, you have required 2-car garages, which we complied with. That was one of the original things that we were going to try to ask a variance for, just because we were trying to target an entry-level price point. We thought a 2-car garage might put this out of price point for some people. So we wanted to try to push a single car through, but early on we were told, don't try for a variance or you'll blow your chance on the whole subdivision. So we didn't. We went a 2-car garage, so that will help the parking. Also, we intend to have an HOA in place from day one. And I know we've heard how HOAs can't be enforced. Nobody wants to enforce that. And that is true. Residents do have a hard time. Everybody loves them because they protect the neighborhood, but nobody wants to be the keeper of the rules, or the guy that knocks on the neighbor's door, tells them to follow the rules. And so we will contract with a third-party HOA management company that will have unbiased non-residents that manage and enforce and control the neighborhood. And we can guarantee in our parking, or in our HOA, that parking will not be on the street overnight. So we will keep these lanes clear. And people, when they buy the homes, they'll know that. And some people say, yeah, we've heard that on the council. Nobody wants HOAs. If that's the case, they can buy a home somewhere else, because this home will be managed by an HOA. So we appreciate your reconsideration, and we are excited to hear the outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Name, address, please.
Jeff Seiler, 4238 Forest Glen Drive in Ammon, Idaho.
Mr. Seiler, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is, including the fact that if we're on YouTube, this is a first for me. So I hope my hair's good. We'll see if that works. I'm going to try and keep this to 3 minutes. I wrote it down. I first appreciate the time you guys taking to listen to me. I'm a CPA in Idaho Falls, and I'm an investor in the Fox Crossing subdivision. My wife's from Ammon. We met at Utah State in Logan. Got married and moved back here as soon as we were done. Like many of you, we got a lot of friends and family here. We've got jobs, house, mortgage, 2 dogs. I love Idaho and everything about what it is and what's become my home over the 20 years I've been here. From Pend Oreille and the ponds up there to Bear Lake, all the way over to Oahe Canyon. I love the state and I love everything about it. My reality, probably like many of you, has been dramatically changed since COVID, in the influx of people that are just coming here trying to find a better life. It's disrupted my family, my business, my taxes, my cost of living, my odds of drawing a really good Diamond Creek Bull Elk tag.
to this end, I'm going to address this from probably two different perspectives. Okay, first as an investor and second as a father. As an investor, you know, again, I chose to live and work here. I could have gone somewhere else, but I love the people. I love the lifestyle. You could basically take Logan, where I'm from, and just put it in Idaho Falls and swap. The people are great, and they're kind of the same. It's not the Salt Lake. Sorry if any of you from Salt Lake. I'm not a big money guy from out of state. That's never stepped foot in Idaho. Like I said, I know the state from north to south. But I did recognize an opportunity to invest in a development project that would hopefully increase my ability to stay and live here. It's what I wanted to do. There are a few reasons. We're an Idaho group. We put a significant amount of time, money, and effort into this project, as some of my friends have said. Not only conceptually, but also from the standpoint that we made sure our proposal followed all the rules and ordinances required by the city. We had no intention of investing our money to throw it away in a project that wouldn't work. We relied on the ordinances applicable to this project, and we believe that we've met those requirements. You know, I think as you guys know, ordinances are put there not only to protect the local residents of the city, but also future residents as well as investors. So we have guidelines of what we need to do. I want Idaho to stay a nice place to live. I don't want this to be a blight or an eyesore. That's why part of this plan is for these kids to come in, or I say kids, sorry, I'm kind of personally invested, but whoever buys these homes to come in. We don't want this to be Metheny and the crew to come into Shelley. That's not what we're looking for, sorry. That's just not what we're looking for. We're very thoughtful, we're very methodical in our proposal for the area that will allow opportunities for some of our Idaho residents to afford a comfortable and respectable home. And that's important to me, to have a respectable home. It is a bit disappointing to see that we put so much thought into what we did, to see that this was kind of shot down. I think one of the comments was, you know, we don't want a subdivision like this. I'd kind of like to understand that a little better from you. I kind of take that as maybe I'm not good enough for Shelley. Maybe my kids aren't good enough for Shelley. I was really confused by that. It's kind of a side note, but it seemed odd to me. It seemed a little bit like we've climbed into our tree house. Now we're going to pull up the ladder, and so no one else can come in. So I'm kind of curious about that comment.
Well,
a decision.
I can answer that one. You're from Ann.
Yeah. Fair enough. It's a good thing my wife's not here. She might take offense to that. And I do resemble that remark, so fair enough. You know, a decision that's inconsistent with the P&Z decision, you know, and the applicable ordinances, I just didn't feel was the best decision or the best interest of the city or future residents. I do truly hope, and I think as some of these guys have said before, I live here, I work here, I have a lot of clients here, I have friends and family in Shelley. We want this to work out well. We have no intention of this being bad. We want this to work, and we appreciate you taking or reconsidering this. I just want to get back to work together with the city. The second the second point is from a father, and I have 4 boys here in Idaho. I've got a 22, an 18, and I apologize guys for being personal here. Got a 22, an 18, a 16, and a 7. He's my bud. But my oldest son is who I'm going to speak to right now. He's 22 years old. We drug him through high school. He definitely likes to work with his hands. After he graduated high school, he and a friend moved to an apartment in Shelley. They loved it. He lived here and he worked here and attended college. He did really well as a welder, and he got a scholarship for his second year. He attained a very respectable job, and he commuted back and forth through Shelley. His roommate lost his job. This is pre-COVID, okay? So his roommate lost his job, moved back in with his parents. So my son had to move to an apartment in Idaho Falls because there weren't any available in Shelley. Since that time, he's been trying to come back. He's increased his personal income to what I call is a very comfortable wage. I can't believe what kids are making these days. I mean, it's unbelievable. $19 an hour, I think, is what Blackfoot's hiring now for fast food. But his personal income has gotten better. But that was then. In today's market, my son has applied and been accepted for a home loan, but he's not been able to find one to live in with his accepted budget. Last one we looked at was in Idaho Falls. It was like 1,800 feet. It was from the 70s, which personally I think is a great year, but it's kind of like the brown green. It had never been updated. 2 bedroom, 1 bathroom. Really not very conducive to start a family, which he's trying to do. In October, his rent was increased from $750 a month to $1,150 a month. He can't get out of his apartment. He has nowhere to go. There's been a few apartments that have come to Shelley. Every time he applies, he gets told no. And the reason is he's too young. They've got, what we hear typically is there's 40 people in line. His credit's not the best because he's never been in debt. He had scholarships in school. He had to get a car. He had his car that he paid for. He put it on debt so he could actually start building some credit. He's a great kid, and he's a good asset, I think, and I would think he'd be a good asset to Shelley. He can't find a place here. I know there's other places to live, but his heart is in Shelley. And now it's breaking my heart because he's telling me he's looking at Arkansas, Tennessee, Minot, South Dakota, someplace else to go to live. Our median income in this area is 72% of the national median average, where our home prices, I think, are close to 95% the median. That's a problem. We're having a hard time keeping Idaho kids in Idaho. We don't send a ton of kids through high school into college. There's a lot of kids like my son who are, I think, great kids and a great representation of Idaho, but they're having a hard time staying here. We need to keep Idaho people. Actually, 2 weeks ago, and there were two things that were a main concern to him, and affordable housing was one of them. And I will use the term affordable because I don't think it is negative. $350,000 to me, holy crap, that was not affordable. But nowadays, that's kind of a starter home, a nice starter home. So anyway, that's my concerns. I just wanted to tell you again, thank you. I hope we can work. You know, I know the governor said that he's going to be working, or he and his office are going to be working with local municipalities. I hope we can do the same thing to bring this again. I just want to reiterate, we put a lot of thought and time into this. We want this to be nice. We don't want this not to be a nice place. If my son's going to live there, I would like it to be a nice place. So thanks for your time, guys. That's all there is.
Just one more. Okay. I guess on the tail end. Aaron Johnson with Bateman Hall. Aaron Johnson. Do I give my business address or home address?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Usually,
Okay.
usually it's your residential address, but if you're here in your official capacity on behalf of the business, then I give you business.
All right. 1405 Foot Drive, Idaho Falls. So I'm a partner and owner of Bateman Hall Construction. We've been in business 46 years. We're headquartered in Idaho Falls. We do work throughout the western United States. We were asked, I was actually asked by Sean, who had been a friend of mine for many years, if we would look at this project as a comprehensive project, not as single homes with multiple builders. This would be a single construction manager led project because of the sheer size of it. I think the advantage that the city would see with that kind of construction manager single source would be that you'd be dealing with one entity, multiple subcontractors, all the work is bid out. Many of those subcontractors are from Shelley or close by. Everybody that would be on our team is from the eastern Idaho area. You have 3 owners that are within 15 miles of Shelley that are literally here daily. And I believe that'd be a big benefit to the community for this size of a housing division, so you don't have scattered home builders all over the place that maybe have a different interpretation of code, building quality. That will all be comprehensively managed by one firm. And we take that job very seriously. We work a lot in the western United States on large projects. And municipal code, building code, different entities from very large cities to small communities, you know, they really demand that we keep that project in code, quality, safety is a big issue. And I believe that with a single source construction manager, you'll see a big benefit in that. And since we work with a lot of the western United States, and we have a lot of calls from developers. We have a lot of calls from developers from California, elsewhere, that want to be here. They want to be here weekly. I get calls. My job is business development. I get calls weekly from developers from not this area that want to invest in ground. You know, we're the hottest thing around right now. Eastern Idaho is, and quite frankly, we are very selective with what developers we deal with. We only deal with just a very small set of developers, and generally not developers that are out of state. And so when Sean and Mike started talking to us about managing this project, it was attractive to us because of their reputation in the community, because of all their, you know, the engineers and the investors and everybody that represents the community. And we have a lot of representation in this community as well. And our name will be on this project, as Mike said. And so we take this very seriously, and we're always happy when we get to do a project in our backyard. So we're very pleased with that. One item I didn't hear brought up, and I might need to ask Mike about that, is my belief is that this is going to be, these are owner occupied properties for a certain number of years. Is it 10 years? 10 years, which is huge. That's a big deal when you see what developments have when owners are absentee and they're leasing those houses out, and that they're full finished turnkey, basement included. That's a huge plus where you don't have houses that the homeowners either can't afford or won't finish those yards, sprinkler systems, fencing, all that is all turnkey. So literally when they move in, that lot is fully complete. With that, I appreciate your time.
I have a question.
Sure.
Could you speak a little bit about the square footage and the different style of homes that would be in developed?
Yeah, I might have Mike address that in more detail if you have more detail, but our understanding these homes would be anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 square feet main level with full finished basement, and so approximately 2,000. Okay, 900,000. Approximately 2,000 square feet of finished
layouts are there of the homes? Again, Mike.
Our current plan is to have at least 6 different floor plans with at least 3 different elevations for each floor plan, so that there's great variety between not only the elevations but the porticos on those homes as well. And they'll be completely finished upstairs and downstairs, so no part of the house will be undone. So they're designed to be 4-bedroom, 2-bath. There may be a couple floor plans to do 5-bedroom, 2-bath.
Okay, that's what I recall you saying. Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Could you, I have a question. The
Sure.
10-year, educate me on that. The 10-year.
What we're saying is that we don't want this to become, at the price point, investors would swoop in to buy the houses. And that's not who we're trying to take care of. We aren't trying to do this for investors. We're trying to do this for people to live in the homes and to own the homes and have that American dream. So for 10 years, the homes have to be owner occupied. They won't have the option of renting out. So investors won't be coming in here and buying 10 or 15 houses at a time. That's something that happened up in Iowa Falls with Rockwell. It was rampant that investors came in. They were literally buying blocks of houses and turning all those homes into rentals. And that's not our focus.
And those are the type of developers that we won't work with. It's profit 100% is the only motivating factor. They don't care who's in there renting, and many times they've never even seen the property or will ever see the property in that case. Whereas these properties will be seen on a regular basis by the owners, investors, and contractors as well.
Two more quick things before you slip away.
Wow.
I think I forgot
Okay.
to swear you in, so I'm going to ask you to do you swear or affirm that you.
Oh yes.
The testimony you already gave was true.
I do.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. And then one question I had too is the 10-year owner occupied requirement. Where is that going to be spelled out?
I'll have to defer again that to Mike. That's just something I didn't hear during the.
The parking, we talked about the parking, and that's a big deal. Parking vehicles, and clearly that's been something that the fire chief has brought up. And as far as the public works and saying, gosh, we want to clean your streets, but that's great that we can find with that, but it's really all about kid, child safety, etc.
Okay. Thank you. I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to keep the hearing going. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Sorry.
Yes.
You asked a question about pressurized irrigation. I don't think any of us answered that.
That's
we want to give Mike
a
chance to answer
that's
that.
fair. Yeah. Well, whoever, I didn't know. Is there anyone
Okay.
else that's here to speak in favor of the applicant? Then we'll talk to that issue. If not, then yeah, we'll have whoever.
Okay. I'll just add one additional item when you're talking about code and covenants. When you have multiple home builders, some that are investor builders, code and covenants sometimes can be not taken seriously, not saying anything bad about various home builders. They're great home builders in our community, but that's one thing that we definitely take seriously is covenants and code. And I think you'll see that as you're dealing with just again a single construction manager versus multiple home builders that are, and some are somewhat sophisticated and some are maybe not as much. So I think that will help your city services and your municipal people immensely during this process.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that was going to speak in favor of the applicant, or specifically, if any of you want to repeat, come back up and address specifically that question about the, I guess it was about the
secondary irrigation system. It's unlikely.
Will you do me a favor? Come up here. That end microphone will pick you up there, but not in the back of the room. Thank you.
So
You'll state your name again.
Mike
just for the record.
Hicks.
We know who you are, but
Mike Hicks. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So the secondary irrigation, that has actually been something that the city of Shelley has recently been putting in place to happen in conjunction with the local irrigation companies in the state of Idaho. So that was one of those things that to us maybe we were a little bit unclear whether that requirement could really exist, but we didn't really care. We really felt like, again, that it was the thing to do. So that's why the pressurized irrigation system is there. And we feel like it's in the betterment all the way around. So like the HOA will be third-party management, there are companies across the state now that are managing that. Most of them are housed in Boise, but the Parks has got the same thing. The Parks has got surface water irrigation for their subdivision. So I think it would make sense for the developers to coordinate something together, whether we got somebody with local skill or we had a firm similar to Dave's firm looking at that and helping manage that, because it's unlikely we'd have skills within the subdivision to make sure it's properly managed.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in favor of the application? Okay, not seeing any. We'll transition now to another segment of the hearing, and for those that have identified, I guess, themselves as being neutral on the issue, they just have questions or want to make some kind of comments. Anyone that's neutral that would like to speak to the issue? Yeah, come on up. Same process, name, address, and I will try not to forget to swear you in.
Heath Mitchell, 1161 North, 1000 East in Shelley.
Mr. Mitchell, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Go ahead.
Just the reason I want to speak in neutrality, I can relate to both sides. First of all, I want to recognize how city council, how well they do in a tough situation, trying to make a decision that affects a lot of the community and still keeps your ordinances in place. So I'm a member of the community, I've grown up here, and I recognize the desire that I have as well to want to live in a small community with farm ground around and open spaces and all those things that we all want, because I can appreciate that. I've had that and want to keep that. But I'm also, as we see growth, I've also been involved in the development side of this and can recognize the side that the applicant is in trying to fill a need that they see and meeting ordinances that are in place. So while seeing both sides, that's the reason for my neutrality. I would speak to how we can relate to, well, I'll first say I don't have any concerns at all with how the subdivision would be, the quality of the workmanship, the efficiency of it, that it's going to be what they say it's going to be. You've probably in the city dealt with other builders or developers where maybe things weren't quite done the way you thought it was agreed. I don't have any of that concern at all with this group. I feel like they're going to be a very professional group that will do what they say they're going to do. As a developer, I recognize the struggle that it is to get through this whole process, and nothing more frustrating that we've gone through, that they're going through now as well, which is to get started down a process and then in the middle of it run into roadblocks that probably should have been addressed beforehand. I recognize that the time for us as a community or even the city council to probably really deny this, if that's what the ultimate desire was probably, as has been talked about during city annexation and the zoning time. And having no comments on to that now is a tough time for you guys to be put in a position to have to hear a bunch of people against it, when that time should have probably come during annexation and rezone. But that being said, you are where you are, and in my opinion, if the city and the community members want a community that has much more higher end homes and caters to that market, that's a decision you can make. But if you're going to do that, then you've got to cater those rezones and annexations, because if you rezone to R1, you're unofficially saying that you're okay with what could go in R1. So if we want as a community to have larger homes only and higher end homes, then our comprehensive plan and everything that happens in planning and zoning as well as city council needs to reflect that. So that's just a plug to help be upfront, which is a tough thing to anticipate for you guys. The other thing I'd say is just that their group has been very good to work with as part of the development to the south. We have coordinated, just as been discussed on sewer and water. They've been very fair on expectations of what they would do and what we would do. In no way are we partners or involved in that, nor are they involved with ours, but they have been good to accommodate and work with us on all of those things. So those are my comments.
Hold on, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're part of the park subdivision, and your lots are all half acre, and except the townhome.
Half to 1 acre.
Half to 1 acre. So your homes are going to be quite a bit more expensive.
Correct.
Do you know what the average is going to be, you think?
I mean, it's with the size of lots ranging as large as they are. I mean, it's going to be a wider range, but I mean, on the low end, on a half, if you're talking just half acres, not the twin home lots, half acre homes are going to be in that up over 400,000, 400 plus thousand at least. And obviously, as you get into acre, 1 acre, they're going to be six.
Oh, okay, so my question is, you're putting in a subdivision on one side with bigger lots. How do you feel about small lots next door to you?
Well, my one hat as a father of a senior in high school right now, that I look and say, where in the world is he going to live? That
He's
part
living in your basement.
Exactly. But I know that there's other places. Again, if the city decides that, hey, that's not what we want. I'm not an expert, but I don't know that there's anything that says that we have to, in our community, have to have all types of homes. If that's ultimately what you decide you want, that's up to you. But as from a developer standpoint, do I think it hurts our value? No, it doesn't directly compete with us because of the completely different style and size and everything. So I think it's not comparable. So from a home standpoint, those homes are not going to even be a comparable for values of the homes that will be built in ours. So that's why I say I'm neutral. That doesn't hurt us. It may benefit us just from a traffic flow perspective, but I don't see any negative values that would come from that.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thanks.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak neutrally on the application? Ma'am, did I see a hand?
I just have a question.
Would you?
Can I
If it's strictly just a question and you're not going to offer any testimony, then you can probably just throw that out there. We'll go ahead and recognize that. Well, if you want to do an opinion, then we want to get your name on the record. Matter of fact, you know what? Why don't we just make it official? Would you please come and just give us your name? Now that I got you up.
Everybody loves to do that.
Now that I got you up. Yeah, no. No, just for the record to know who participated tonight. Did you sign in too? Did you sign in too? What's your name?
Ann Winder.
Oh, there we go. Yes. Hey, Ann Winder, go ahead. State your name, address.
My name is Ann Winder, and I live at 389 South Holmes in Shelley, Idaho, right in town. And I don't.
Just in case you want to offer some testimony, is what you might say, is it going to be true and correct? Do you swear and affirm that it'll be that?
Well, I'm not going to offer any facts here. Probably more opinion than facts.
Okay, but if you do offer facts,
if I offer a fact,
true as far as you know.
As far as I know, everything I say is true as far as I know.
You look good.
I mean, nobody intentionally lies. Well, maybe they do.
But we're glad to have you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just a citizen in Shelley and have raised 5 kids here and lived here my whole life since my grandfather. I mean, we go way back. I think that probably the bulk of us here would admit that it's not growth that we're afraid of, because we know growth's going to come, right? I mean, you pretty much can't tell people they can't move to your state or to your city, and so, the growth is going to come. But the concern that most of us have is that it's done in an orderly manner. And the problem is, as I see it, is that we're not just dealing with Anderson and Hicks, who obviously appear to be wanting to build something that's nice and appropriate. Their name's on it. They care about how it's going to be, and they want to have a nice addition there. We seem to be bombarded with additions that the city council has no say over, because we have county planning and zoning committees that are, it appears to me, fact or fiction, I don't know, but it appears to me that they're just approving everything that comes to them. And so we're surrounded not just by a development at Fox Crossing, but at, all over in the country. And so the 50 or 60 houses a year that are going to be built there can seem minimal, except we're having all of these houses in the county around us that are building who knows how many houses a year. And that really truly does affect our schools, and especially our schools. I'm more concerned. Sorry, is Brother Adams here, Randy? I apologize for not being more concerned about the fire district or about the police or about whatever it is that it affects. But the schools are my major concern, because I have grandkids, and children that have attended here. And of course, we love Shelley schools. We love the smallness of them. And of course, that's going to change too. But I think the impact that it has on our schools, and I hope that we get to hear from our superintendent tonight. Is that the plan?
He's right here, so yes.
He should have spoke first, and then I wouldn't have probably had to talk. But I just feel like that's my concern, and it's probably the concern of a lot of people in here, is just the development as a whole. And I know we're here to talk about this specific development, but you can't ignore the other that's going on either.
Right.
Because it's part of the growth that we've got to face. And I don't know what the procedure is. I'd like to know what the procedure is with the Blackfoot Planning and Zoning, the Bingham County Planning and Zoning, and whether they have any kind of accountability to the cities that they're impacting. It isn't their schools that are impacted, and it's certainly the money that they're going to be getting from the development of these county, areas. So that's my concern.
I think I know a few members of this council and representatives of the city that would love to have your help when we go talk to the county about that. That is a concern.
We can talk about that.
I apologize. When you first showed up, you said you had a question. I'm afraid that my bothering you may have thrown you off. Did you have a question, or was that?
Okay, my question is.
Or was the question involved?
My question, of course, I stated my concerns, but my question is, what do we have to do as citizens and as a city council to have more say of what the county does to impact us? Do we have any say, or do they just call us and say, oh, hey, we just approved this and we don't care what you think, but it's approved? I don't know how that works. So that's my question.
Thank you.
Well, I can answer that. That is, you need to attend the planning and zoning.
So where do we find out where they are?
You can find that on the Bingham County site. I believe it's on the planning and zoning's website.
They have their own page.
They have their own page, and it has the minutes of previous meetings, and also has the meetings coming up in the agendas. So I'd recommend members of the county and city look at those and attend those. Those are some of the questions that I've had that you asked, Ann, and so I think they're important questions to ask. One of the things I will add, just as a side note, when it comes to county development, they don't include infrastructure such as roads and development and expanding roads as part of their infrastructure, which if this development goes through, Anderson and Hicks will end up having to widen the roads, as well as the Parks Division will have to widen the roads to meet the standards and meet the traffic studies that we do. You won't see that in the county. So that's just my 2 pieces.
So, and if you want to go to the planning and zoning down there, make sure you look before the meeting, right before.
Yeah, I've heard they cancel it frequently.
Yes, I've been down there twice in the last 4 months, 5 months, and it's been canceled. So.
Well, maybe they ought to be required to have their planning and zoning committee meetings in the surrounding cities that they're impacting. Like in Aberdeen, when they sell something down there, or when they approve something down there, and in Shelley when they approve something up here. Just a suggestion.
It's a great suggestion. Bring it up to the county commission.
All right, is there
Thank
anyone,
you.
is there anyone else that's neutral on the application and would like to comment or ask a question? Okay. Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine. So what we'll do, one other thing too to kind of help you manage, I've got a list of about a half dozen, maybe eight names that are left on my sheet that indicate they want to participate tonight. Just to help me manage the hearing a little bit. Aaron Severinson, is that right? So you still want to participate? Okay. Gary Dobson.
I'm on the fence still.
You may or may not?
May or may not.
Okay, all right. Maybe if somebody else covers your
Exactly.
concern. Okay, good. Jordan Bush.
I was for, but they covered what I was going to say.
Oh, okay, very good. And that, actually, I noticed you were on the in favor of side, so I wanted to ask before we move on. Okay, very good. So you're going to pass then, at least for now?
Well, maybe I'll just step. It's like less than a minute. I'll just be quick.
Let's give you 1 minute and come on up. Again, state your name, address.
Jordan Bush, 690 Gatehouse Lane, Idaho Falls.
And Mr. Jordan Bush. Sorry, Jordan Bush. And Mr. Bush, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true, correct, and best?
Yes.
Go ahead. Oh, she didn't. Sorry, she was interacting. Yeah, could you state your address again?
690 Gatehouse Lane in Idaho Falls. Yeah, I'd just like to thank you guys for reconsidering. I, just to be fully transparent, I'm an investor in Fox Crossing as well, so naturally I'm for it. But I was born and raised in Idaho Falls, went to Bonneville High School, super happy that I can stay here, raise a family. I don't have kids who are going to be moving into a house anytime soon, but I do have 3 young kids. But I have a younger brother who's about to graduate college, is in that same boat of trying to find a house. And I was part of a startup company actually out of Utah that was recently acquired, so I had access to some extra money through that. And I was very blessed to be able to stay in Idaho and work remotely for them for the last 7 years. So I was just super excited that I was able to take this money and invest it here locally, and to allow more housing for local people to stay here, because I'm going to stay in Idaho for the rest of my life, and I would love to see my brother and anyone else local to be able to afford a house here and stay here and not have to move out to Utah or a neighboring state. So that's all I have.
No, very good. I think you're right. That has been covered, but I'd rather give you a quick chance to reiterate that than otherwise. Thank you. Okay, so I think we've covered the. I was just going over the list then, see who still wanted to speak in opposition. That signed the list. You're not limited if you didn't sign the list. Craig Geary.
Yes.
Okay, still planning on speaking?
Yes.
Dave Everett?
Yes.
Okay. Randy Adams?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I thought I saw you, Randy. Rod Mueller?
Yes.
Justin Johnson?
Yep.
Is there anyone else that I've missed or? Okay. Sandy? Yeah, well, yeah, if you'd like him to, you can ask him to. Dave. And then, Chad Williams. Okay. Yes, no, I saw that. I kind of skipped in just because I knew we'd probably go there next. Is there anyone else, just to help me manage the hearing, is there anyone else that would like to speak that hasn't signed the paper? You can change your mind later, but it would really help me to know up front, just so we can kind of manage. Okay. All right. With what appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people that would like to speak. Then
do the math, aren't you?
If you want to swap for any time, I'm not going to be a Nazi about this, but I do want to keep things moving. If we could shoot for 6 to 8 minutes. If you want to give your time to someone else, I think that's fine. If you take less time, you can get that other time. I'm going to allow enough time for everybody to get the point across, but again, just want to manage the testimony well. So Just to give you guys all a heads up then of kind of what I'm expecting. Superintendent Williams would like to just up here, and now we just for clarity in the record, if we're just going to those that are speaking, I guess, in opposition to the application.
When I printed this, I had plenty, so I don't know if y'all want a copy. It looks like I have enough. I'm Chad Williams. I'm superintendent at Shelley School District. My address is 262 North Park Avenue, Shelley, Idaho.
Mr. Williams, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true and correct to the best of your ability, the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, I'm kind of going to echo a little bit what Mrs. Winder said. In this document, I have kind of everything that I wanted to summarize, so I'm not going to read it to you, but I do want to summarize. Looks like I have about 9 points I have written down here. My first thing the first concern I have is that we have currently in the city of Shelley, we have 547 single-family dwellings that have already been approved. And of course, from the school district standpoint, I'm worried about being able to absorb this growth. And
could I ask you a clarification on that? That's not yet constructed, not yet occupied, but are approved in the city or in the school district? I wanted to
in the city.
Just in the city.
Uh-huh. And along with that, that doesn't include what was already mentioned. That doesn't include all of the lots that have been approved by the county, which are still in the Shelley School District outside of the city of Shelley, but have been approved in the county. So that's the challenge that I have. The next point I wanted to just highlight is our enrollment at Shelley School District increased this past year by 7.46%. And that concerns me. That are we going to have that again? And am I going to have enough room to absorb that growth? You can see there under a building's ability to absorb students. I have 5 buildings, and one of those buildings I don't have any room for absorption right now. And my other buildings, I have room to absorb about 1 class. So I have rooms to absorb like maybe 1 more 3rd grade and 1 more 4th grade, etc. Until I get into the secondary level. In the 7th and 8th grade, I only have room for about 15 kids each in those grades with the current capacity that I have. And then in the high school is actually the building that I'm really concerned about. To absorb growth, and when I came, it's kind of been my goal to try to avoid modulars, but we already have plans, and we anticipate having. In fact, I'm scared to start school next fall unless I have a couple of extra classrooms at the high school, and probably at Hobbs. We still haven't determined at Hobbs. We're watching our enrollment monthly, just and reviewing that monthly. But we anticipate that we're probably going to have a couple classrooms at the high school and a couple extra classrooms at Hobbs with modular units. The next point is our plan is to build a new high school. And the challenge with the new high school is once we decide, yes, it's time to build a new high school, it's a 3-year process. We're already making plans for that, but I'm fearful of having too much growth too quickly. And we have a committee that meets together and discusses growth and what we should do, and also how quickly we should build a high school, or if we have the depth capacity to do so. And with that committee, ultimately, at least as of today, the quickest we think that we're going to have the depth capacity to build a new high school would be spring 2024 would be the first time that we would be able to actually go out for bond and seek support for a new high school. That could change if our market value increases substantially, but this past year it actually increased by 15%. And based on the 20-year average, which is 6%, the soonest we'd be able to do that is 2024, which means I'm not going to have a new high school until 2027. And that date really concerns me, if not only with the 547 single housing dwellings that have already been approved, but if we have even more. Last point down on the concerns, I'm just going to talk about the middle bullet is if if we figured out the single family dwellings that have already been approved, 547, and assume that they were only going to bring one student to the school district, which I think is a really conservative number, and divided that by our 13 classes, that's going to give me 42 kids per class, and that's if they're evenly distributed. And we're not in a position to absorb that without bringing in modulars or really that's the short-term solution. If you go to other school districts, that's the short-term solution. As you purchase modulars, you have modular classrooms for a couple of years until you have the ability to build a building. And ultimately, I'm here tonight to ask the council just to consider how quickly you approve more developments, so that the school district has time to plan and has time to be prepared to absorb the student enrollment. Are there any questions?
John, how does your teacher situation look? I know that around the area it's very dim. We've lost a bunch, aged out, and we're not getting a bunch in. How are you sitting as far as teachers per day? Is everybody showing up? Are we halfway there? Where are we at?
So, and maybe that's the question is the question, can I hire more teachers? So when we advertised last spring, because we had plenty of applicants last spring, we really did. And I think the reason we did is the school district has a great reputation, and along like what a lot of you've already said, people want to come to Shelley, and when they had an opportunity to come to Shelley, they came. We were really happy with our pool of applicants for those teaching positions last spring. Substitute-wise, yeah, we have unfilled substitute positions every single day. So if anybody's interested, we're seeking applications.
No qualifications necessary. Just
There's some truth to that there.
So do you give input to the county on any of this stuff when you go to their P&Z today?
So I have provided, after listening to the input that I've had today, it sounds like I need to definitely give them more input. I haven't done a good job of doing that.
Okay.
PJ, am I allowed to just make a comment? Just something I was kind of educated myself on?
Yeah, you can make a comment.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
No, it's gonna be.
Because I look at all these numbers.
If it contributes to the hearing process, if it's something that's more just for a point of discussion, I'd probably say just save it. But if it helps contribute to fleshing out the issues and the facts.
Well, I'm trying to do a numbers thing here because Mike Hicks said that our population went up just like a little bit over 100 in his testimony, and then with his testimony how we grew by 7.6. That's a large,
and that's just students.
And that's just students. But I know I went back to our last census. And I was reading their last census, and I know it stated, and it was during the COVID year, and it said that the city of Shelley had kids under the age of 18. There was 44% of families that had kids under the age of 18.
Kim?
Yes.
I'm going to redirect you a little bit.
Okay.
It almost sounds like you want to offer some testimony.
Okay,
and
so I should just.
If you do, I've actually never dealt with that situation where a member of the council wants to offer testimony. What I would probably suggest.
I'm just trying to educate myself.
Kim. No, I know you. I know your heart. I know you're not trying to throw some funky wrench in this.
Yeah.
What I would suggest that you do though, to try to make that point, if you could ask questions about that as far as like the sources of the growth numbers, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Have you heard of any different numbers, more recent numbers? You know, that sort of thing. Ask questions to help direct things.
So is that bad to ask Mike that question, like where he got his numbers?
No, you still can. I would ask you to hold that. Let everybody know you're going to ask the question. That's fine. But let's not interrupt. And this section of the hearing is really for those who want to speak in opposition.
Okay.
But he will get a chance to respond to that in rebuttal. So hopefully he's made note of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. No. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Kim. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Nope. Just ultimately I ask you to consider how quickly more developments are approved. That's what my objective is.
All right.
Thank you very much. And I was way shorter than the total amount of time that I took.
We're not going to penalize you for the extracurricular activities. No, thank you. I'm just going to go down the list here. If there's maybe not any preference, but Aaron Severinson, you want to go ahead?
My name is Aaron Severinson. I live at 883 East, 1300 North.
And Mr. Severinson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true, correct, to the best of your
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, can't believe I had to follow Mr. Williams with all his factual stuff. Everybody keeps going back to pulling on heartstrings and everything, so what the heck. So, I grew up in Shelley since '79, and I moved away in '97. And I wanted to come back. Finally had the opportunity about 1 year and 1 month ago. I ended up buying a piece of property that's sandwiched between the parks and Fox Crossing. So I ended up buying one that I wanted a rural location, and now I'm sandwiched in. So you brought up a question on the infrastructure of who was going to pay for it. I never heard anybody say who was paying for the sewer hookups. Was it going to be taxes that was paying for all the sewer hookups to run it the rest of the way down? But I did hear that the additions were paying for the road to be widened, which takes out all my trees and fence and everything. But now I just have a question on taxes. And all this stuff coming to town, of course, somebody said, I can't remember, as it was put in to be an R1, that this all should have been looked at before. I didn't know that. But if this was not looked at and was not planned on when it got put into residential, now the taxpayers have to eat everything that has to support all these extra houses. I don't know who else would pay for it. Right now, I already see, I always say Blake Mueller because I lived in Idaho Falls for a while. Now I get the Blake Mueller essence of Bingham County. All your taxes are going to be raised, and written right on there it says your home value has gone up and your taxes will increase, and it's got a yellow marker on it. So everybody else has to pay for the burden of what's going on here. I understand growth. I'm good friends with the guys that are doing the parks. I don't agree with it, but it's what they're doing. They were already started before I even moved in. So I'd like to figure out who was financially responsible for all this stuff. I don't know who has.
Well, I can answer part of that. Okay, so your tax money is not being used to develop the parks or Fox Crossing.
Yes, I understand that. Yes.
So what happens is the city's levy rate has gone down. The problem is the county has raised your property value up, including everybody in the city. So just because we lowered our levy rate doesn't mean your taxes are going to go down, unfortunately, because they raised the value of your property up.
Yes.
And we can't control that. The county controls that part. But we, as a city, cannot use your tax money to help a developer develop. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand that. But if they get approved to get it all developed, get everything going, they got to go, and it still has to deal with the sewer system that the taxes pay for. Right now, from what I understand, no facts. Right now, from what I understand, is the sewer system is already overwhelmed from Ammon sending all their crap down, and Shelley taking on everybody's crap. So from what I understand, it's already overwhelmed.
Well, it's not overwhelmed, but it is going to have to be upgraded.
Because sewer system goes off of shares,
Is that correct? How many shares?
ERUs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Each house has an ERU.
Okay. And how many ERUs are available right now?
If I could redirect the discussion just a little bit. These are fair questions, but as far as the hearing portion of it, it's supposed to be more to, there can be an interactive component, but I think we're wandering a little bit away from the application.
Okay.
The ERUs, that's from IRWA, that's a separate entity. The city's a part of that, Ammon's a part of that. They control their own thing, but I just don't, I want to be a little bit careful about offering testimony from the council or from the mayor. Those are all fair questions, and I think that that's fair questions for them to consider. And if the council wants to ask those questions as part of the process, then that's okay.
If I might just add, give me a call. I'll tell you my number. If you have something to write it down, or I'll just write it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah, just have to write it down for me.
And you give me a call, and I can explain all this stuff to you in detail. So that will solve this problem.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be great, and I think that'd be helpful to you, and probably more appropriate for the hearing itself.
Okay.
So,
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
no, we appreciate you coming out and participating.
Sorry for following Mr. Williams.
No, no, that's
Give me a
fine.
call anytime tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Gary Dobson? You gonna pass for now?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much touched my.
Okay. All right. Craig Geary?
Craig Geary, 469 East Center Street.
And Mr. Geary, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
So, I live just right to the west of the proposed subdivision, and you know, as I've lived in Shelley, I own a business that's probably one of the oldest businesses in Shelley. We've been in business for 87 years, and I love it here. I didn't grow up here, but I really enjoy the city. I've been involved with when we had the Chamber of Commerce and with the Kiwanis Club, and I've been involved with Spud Day for a long time. Growth is going to happen. I understand that. But as I look at this plat, this layout of this subdivision, to me, we don't need that here in Shelley. All of the presenters have presented great testimony of how good it's going to be for Shelley. Not a single one lives in Shelley. We've got, I look at these lot sizes, and yes, we need affordable housing or housing we can afford, however you want to say that. But to what extent do we have, as I look at the way these houses are going to be, yes, you've got a 2-car garage, but you can't park on the street. Most families have 2 cars. Where's anybody else going to park? If somebody has a trailer house and they want to park a trailer house and they want a trailer, or if they have a boat, or if they have a 4-wheeler, where are they going to park that? I don't think when you put the house on these size of lots, you don't have a big yard for kids to play in. You've got a yard, but it's, to me, unless I'm missing something, there's just not a lot of I think there could be a lot of improvement. When the Hamptons sold that piece of property from their farm, we knew it was going to someday be a subdivision probably. And when I went to the very first hearing, they talked about that they would annex it into the city. And from what I understood, it was with the approval of the plot. And this is the first plot that I had ever seen that was there. I see other subdivisions that have been in Shelley, and Shelley's had to annex them in, and what a nightmare that the city's had maintaining some of those areas. You know, you look at these roads. If we didn't have any snow, this would be perfect. But when you plow the snow, these where are they gonna put the snow? They you know, with the garbage, they'll hire somebody. Who's gonna pay for the garbage if the city can't maintain it? I just, as a resident of Shelley, and I just think that it could be laid out a little differently, to where, I'm not saying they have to be half-acre lots. It'd be nice, but to have an area to where, even if you had public transportation, or I just don't think that, you know, this looks like we're in the middle of New York City, or in the middle of some big area that we don't have the ground. I'm very much opposed to the layout of, you know, not against what they're talking about, the quality, but I just think that it's laid out in a not a way that we need our city to grow. So thank you.
Question?
All right, thanks, Craig.
Dave Everett?
David Everett, 445 East Center, here in Shelley.
Mr. Everett, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is true and correct?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the City Council allowing us to be here tonight, be part of this this process. I think most of our concerns have been spoken already. The problem that I see is the developers have met the requirements that the council, that the city's put upon them. Okay. The problem is the citizens do not like that. The majority of the people that I've spoken to are against this development. Now, the concerns, of course, school, the sewer, the water, that's been addressed apparently. We've heard from the developers how wonderful these homes will be. Nice words. But what's going to happen if they fall through on their commitments? What's the recourse? They say that these are 10-year ownership houses before what's to keep an owner from selling that house and out and renting it out, subletting it? Is there some legal thing that's binding them from that? You know, nothing I like better than Shelley. There's nothing that kind of irritates me a little bit more than developers coming in and telling us what our city needs. And the fact that, yeah, it's nice that their kids, you know, might have a place to live. It's not our responsibility as a city to provide that. Okay, the responsibility of the city is to maintain the city. We're not happy with the development. It's not what we want. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rick. Randy Adams, and also just for the clarity of the record while you're coming up, Randy. So as far as what's going to be in the record, I want this to be clear. We've received, of course, copies of the actual preliminary plat drawings. And in addition to that, we will be including all of the previous testimony and documents that were submitted to the planning and zoning hearing. The city council did not conduct a previous hearing, so we'll just be going off adding what is presented tonight. As far as additional documents, I have so far just the Mr. Williams's fact sheet on behalf of the school district. And I think that if anybody else presents stuff, please again note that as you come up to testify. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking too is, Randy, I do have a 2-page letter from you dated November 9th. Okay. And I'll include that in the record. If you want to speak to that though, since we're not going to read that, you can read it or.
Sounds great. Randy Adams, 924 East 1400 North, Shelley. I'm the fire chief and the fire marshal in Shelley. And I'm one of them guys Ann talks about the lies all the time, so.
The lies all the time?
Yeah.
So then we better make sure.
Yeah, we better make sure we get me in.
There's not much of a protection, but it's all we got. So, Mr. Adams, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to stand up and reach back with this and on this reconsideration hearing. That I'm glad that you reached out to me to to get some more comments, because where we had left this at, of course, my original concerns are still there that we have for as far as being able to have access into this development and getting done. I have to stay very neutral on these developments and everything. My personal stuff is set to the side. Doesn't matter if they're big, little, around. I've just got to try and figure out what we got for code and what we have to do to protect these homes. One of my original concerns that I did not get the chance to comment on when this all went back to the original plating or the original talkings of this is none of this was presented to me about them not being able to park on the streets or anything until our planning and zoning meeting. So that was when this was brought to my attention and was brought up. Since then, I have reached out and done a lot of research on these type of high density developments and homes. I've reached out to multiple fire districts that's in our immediate surrounding area to ask them about that. And it'd probably just be better for me to just read this real quick so we can get it done. But I just, like I said, I just thank you for reaching out to me for additional comments on the Fox Crossing subdivision reconsideration hearing. I am still standing behind my original comments that I have sent to you regarding my concerns on access and availability to reach those homes and emergency equipment with the possibility of vehicles being parked on the road blocking access. Since our last discussion on this matter, I have reached out to multiple fire departments in our surrounding areas that have high density subdivisions in their service areas. They have all told me that the developers in the developments that they have done up there has promised that the HOA would police and monitor the vehicles from being parked on the streets, just as these developers are promising us for this subdivision. They have all found that this policing and monitoring is not happening, and they have actually had court cases where the HOA does not even have the rights to enforce such policing or monitoring. 2 of our neighboring departments have to have their fire prevention teams take turns policing these areas and placing stickers on these vehicles in violation for them to be moved. They have reached out to local police departments to help police these areas and have been told that they do not have the resources to help them due to that with so much development going on around them. Our chief of police has stated these same concerns in his original letter to you on this subdivision. I have personally driven through these high density subdivisions that they have mentioned that they're having problems with. I have seen RVs, side-by-sides, boats, utility trailers, multiple vehicles parked on the streets, on the front lawns, and on the driveways of these homes, making it impossible to get an emergency vehicle close enough to that structure and to provide the requirements that are essential for the public safety and for the structure. After talking to the other chiefs and the state fire marshal's office on this matter, another concern that I have is that with the rapid growth in our area and the developments that are already committed to by the city, we do not have the equipment and the manpower to provide these adequate requirements that are essential for the public safety. Also, and I know this doesn't have anything to do with the city, but I just wanted to intervene there, I'm responsible for the county in the part of this district too. So we have these numbers that's been presented tonight from the schools, everything about the 547 homes that you have here. We have over 300 homes right now that are going up in this immediate area that affects what I'm trying to accomplish here too. It is not just this subdivision that I've been reaching out with these exact same concerns. I've been talking to the county about this too. We are having a serious struggle right now with being able to keep up with what's happening and get done. We work off of a levy and we try and keep everything planned. We kind of have a plan year that we can get done. This spring, the state decided to have House Bill 389. They just sprung it in right at last minute before it released, cut our levy by almost 30%. It also gave new construction exemptions for all new growth. So all of this growth that comes in that would normally be helping us get what we need to get our equipment, our fire trucks to be able to support this, we're not going to see now, and we're going to be behind the 8 ball before this even happens. With that being said, and looking at the research and everything done, at this time, I cannot approve this subdivision as per Idaho Fire Code 102.9, which states requirements that are essential for the public safety of an existing or proposed activity, building, or structure, or the safety of the occupants thereafter, which are not specifically provided for in this code, shall be determined by the local fire code official.
How many are volunteer? It's our fire station is volunteer. How many?
It's fully volunteer.
Totally volunteer.
Yes.
How many volunteer firemen do we
I
have?
had 25. We are down to about 12. Volunteer is becoming a thing of the past.
So when you make the comment that you can't approve this development because of this, is it because of the fire equipment, or is it because, I mean, what gives the bigger weight, the fire equipment or the fact of accessibility, or both? Or?
The accessibility. If it was guaranteed that there wouldn't be any houses on cars on the street, I can definitely get that done. I know they're saying that. I know the HOA is promising that they'll take care of that. I haven't seen a development or an HOA from Blackfoot, Shelley, Idaho Falls, Ammon, Central, or Madison that's followed those requirements.
So based on that, that's what you're.
So that's what I'm basing that on.
Your recommendation.
Yeah, it is not happening in any of these high density subdivisions. The homeowners association is not taking care of that problem. Their boat and their side by side and their RV is on their piece of property besides their neighbors. They're not going to talk. They're not going to rattle to their neighbor because they've got the same thing on their street. So like I say, I found that from multiple agencies, around here. This isn't just me talking because I don't want this subdivision in here. I'm highly concerned that there's not enough places for these vehicles to be off the street. In a couple of these high density subdivisions, they actually had to make some parking where they had a couple of home lots to be before they got done, that they have the guests have to go down and try and park in at the end of the subdivision, and then they have to walk back to the homes while they're there for Thanksgiving or a birthday party or whatever.
Now, when you say high density, I don't mean to pressure on this. I just want to make sure I've got everything clear. We're not talking PUDs. We're talking just developments.
Yep, developments where we have consolidated and put everything down into smaller lots. We are I know they're just barely meeting their minimums for where the lot sizes need to be and their setbacks. I know that's there, but that puts the homes so close together that we are not just fighting one structure at that time. We've got to be able to fight the surrounding structures that's around that, that's around that home too.
Okay. So we're talking public streets and 62 and up, the wide streets, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Randy, what is
what is code, state code for the fire, say you have to have for volunteer? Is 12 adequate, or is that something that, how does that work for you on that side of things?
We do with what we can deal with. I mean, get done. It's probably not adequate. We actually, so we are one district that's a Shelley Firth Fire District, so we actually can depend on Firth to come up here too. They have about the same, about 12 to 18 guys, depending on, you know, who comes around. We use them. We have mutual aid agreements. We have a use of agreement where we can get any of the other fire departments to come down and give us 24 hours of, you know, of help for free. And we have to return that favor. We use that on the Labaside fire down there. We had over 13 different agencies that came down and assisted us to put that Labaside fire out.
So do you feel that with the 12 only and the stuff you have in place, that we have an adequate fire district?
We don't right now until we can get, like I said, until we can get more equipment, get more, you know, get more manpower with what we already have committed. Like you guys said, you have close to 547 there. You have plans of annexing the homes that are in the county right now out towards the school into the Shelley that's getting built and developed right now that even adds that on. Yeah. Besides the over 300, just got plot plans this morning for 2 brand new subdivisions that's going out there. There's
that have been approved in the county?
No, just that are going through. So the fire department, the school districts, public works, right now, you guys all know this. Anything that goes through and gets done for a plot plan, we get a notification of that so that we can give our.
So do you have a specific number? Do you have it modeling at the fire district where you have a certain amount of people before you have to have a new engine, pumper, fire vehicle to support that?
In the past, with the 27 years that we've been here, we've always been able to work on our budget, get everything done. We try and get a new fire truck about every 6 to 7 years. It seems to keep us it has been keeping us, that module's been keeping us right on track with the, when it goes roll through everything.
Additional truck.
Yes. But with this that's happened in the last couple of years here, and like I said, and I know we haven't seen a lot in the city, but the county that is around us has just totally exploded. Those numbers are just.
So do other fire agencies in the area, do they have a modeling that they do where they have so many homes and then they have to have a new
Yes,
fire
they
vehicle?
actually have. So the full-time fire departments will actually have them models. They'll have a certain amount of. They'll actually have to put a new station up depending on how many residents and home are around them. So instead of just having one station like we have here, like Idaho Falls has 7 different stations.
Right. But we don't have anything like that in our fire district.
Not right now.
Because we're a rural fire district?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Rod Muller? I should mention too, for the record, Chief, while you're coming up, like, you can want the fire chief and the police chief and these folks. I know some other cities and organizations, they'll submit these comments in form of a like a department report, department head report, something like that, or something like that. So I don't want to give the wrong idea that just because they're speaking in the opposition that they're opposed to it, and I mean maybe based on it like as if their report or on behalf of the department that they're representing, then maybe they are opposed to it. But they're speaking, I guess, just in their capacities as department heads, unless stated otherwise. So we'll be clear on that. I appreciated Chief Adams making that distinction at the outset of his comments. He's not offering his personal testimony and speaking in his capacity. So, Chief, I'm going to make that same assumption with you and the rest of the city department heads and appointed officials, that you're speaking in your capacity as the city heads on behalf of the city.
Yes.
If you do want to make a personal comment, just make sure that you distinguish what that is.
Okay.
Name and address, and we'll swear you in.
Rod Moeller. I'm the chief of police here, 115 South Emerson, Shelley, Idaho.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're going to give tonight is true, correct, testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You got a quick call.
But before I start, I promise I will try and get through this quick. It's been a long night. Again, I am not anti-growth by any means. My attack at this is a little different. As we grow, I have to protect it. I have to make sure the citizens are safe, not just the ones that live here, but the ones that move in. And something that we haven't thought about, or that it's really not the developers' issue, and they are right, is what it's going to cost us to grow. I have to grow. Justice Department will have to grow. And it's not a developer's responsibility, no. But it is ours and the council's. We have to pay for that, and so does the city. So that's that, and this is not personal. I promise that this is how I see it's going to affect the police department and what I will have to do and hope for and beg for to keep things safe. So,
Chief, I've noticed you, for the record, you submitted a written statement.
yes.
Worth, 2 pages. We'll make that part of the record, and you can either, again, read it or talk about it, whatever you prefer.
I will go ahead and try and read it quick, because I have a tendency to rattle on, as everyone knows. I, Chief Rod Mueller, have been asked to give my concerns on the Fox Crossing subdivision wanting to go into on East Center. I have already made my concerns well known to the City Council and Planning and Zoning before, that I am against this kind of growth, this development as it is. I believe the building of over 350 single-family homes in such a small area is way too much. I am not against growth, but firmly believe that a community's growth must be determined on 2 factors. Factor 1 is it is truly a benefit to the community it impacts, such as affordability of the houses. Will it enhance the community's quality of life? And very importantly, can the community afford to take care of the said growth in a healthy and safe manner? Factor 2, the community must consider if the school district, we've already talked about it, can handle the growth of whatever subdivision it is we're talking about. A few points that I made in my previous letter to Planning and Zoning that I asked the council and them to think about were things such as losing our small town feel and our quality of life, losing our identity and beliefs due to uncontrollable growth, and that's the key, uncontrollable growth. For me, security. Can we safely protect this growth? And infrastructure. Can we maintain the streets, water, sewer, garbage? I bring these issues up because we struggle as a city now to keep up with the growing population as it is. There is an already scheduled growth going on, and we are doing our very best to grow and add additional employees and equipment just to stay ahead of our current growth. As a chief of police, I can only speak to the issues that I see will bring to the police department. I am in the process of trying to hire right now a newly added position right now just to compensate for the growth that we are already have experienced from the Anderson growth and the apartments and all the duplexes from over off Anderson. We are guaranteed to see growth from phase 2 completions of Copper Meadows and Wind River and Sunset Vista, which should be approximately 172 homes. I'm from Oklahoma, so math is a little weird. We use our toes, but you take 172 homes, add minimum 2 adults and 1 child, and you have 516 people. With the current growth in the city of families waiting to move into our community for better life, I think the 516 number could easily be doubled or even higher. We must be able to properly care for and keep not just our current community safe, but all the new members that want to move in and make Shelley their home as well. Just to give you a brief thing on finances, where what I have to worry about on hiring a non-certified entry-level officer is around $60,000, and that is well under what our neighboring departments pay. So we struggle to find people with what we can afford now. Fully equipped police vehicles, $15,000. $50,000, excuse me. Add on the expense of training, clothing, gear. You can see it's costly to grow, and with more population, we have to grow. I agree. We don't have a choice. Safety of the citizens and my officers are my main concern. For me, that has to be met first. The federal safety standard for population is 1 police officer for every 500 population. When it is done, and correct me if I'm wrong, if Fox Crossing goes in at 375 homes, and at a minimum of 2 adults, 1 child, that will equals 1,125 population. That is in a 3 to 5 year completion plan. The police department alone will need to grow by 2 officers, and this is accomplished by taxpayers' money. That is 2 more, not to mention what we will need in the schools, and I will need to add another school resource officer as well. So that's what I have to worry about, and that is where I would have to come to the council and say, I need more people. That comes at a cost. So, any questions for me?
Chief, in the next 3 to 5 years, how many guys are retiring?
In the next 3 to 5, I could possibly see two retiring. And I only have, right now, we have eight officers counting myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Okay. Justin Johnson.
Justin Johnson. I'm the Public Works Director for City of Shelley. Address is 155 East Pine Street, the shop address.
Justin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give tonight is true and correct?
I do. Yep. So I think everybody's got a packet. I kind of broke it down a little bit different. My crew handles everything from water, sewer, streets, garbage, park maintenance, pretty much anything that needs to be done in the city as far as on the maintenance end we take care of. So on your packet, the way I broke it down is on the water end of things will be your first page. I've gone through and bullet pointed, cleaning valve boxes, exercising valves, flushing hydrants, tank cleaning, stuff like that. With the monthly bill we have right now, you times it by the 12 months a year, the 375 homes, we do have sufficient money from this development to pay for the upgrades on the water system. So as far as maintenance, I shouldn't say upgrades, but as far as maintenance on the water system, we can maintain the water system towards this subdivision. Sewer is the same way. I've got down there on the second page, flushing, jetting camera, repairing manholes as needed. We broke this down a little bit further. The monthly bill is the $47.66. That brings in $214,470 for the city of Shelley. Out of that, we pay $26.16 in our bond and also $13.42 to IRWA. So out of that $47.66, the city actually keeps $8.08 of that, which puts us at $36,360 a year. We can go ahead and maintain that sewer system right now for that dollars, plus we'll have extra, and the extra, I should say, we will throw in our capital outlay for future projects every year type of deal. So sewer system, we're sufficient with what's going on. Streets, cleaning the streets, repairing as far as potholes, patching, any repairs that way. New subdivision, new water lines, new sewer lines. We really shouldn't have any of that for a while, but we will have some. Sweeping, painting crosswalks, painting stop bars, painting no parking on streets, whatever we have that way. Signs, as far as keeping signs straight, replacing signs if they've been graffitied, replacing signs when they get ran over. Like I say, you got my list there. Light pole maintenance. We spray weeds through the cracks of the curb and gutters and also the street. We do a spring and fall cleanup every year. So anyways, I kind of estimated the best I could. Every year to keep up on the streets and stuff is going to be roughly $50,000 a year. Every 5 to 10 years, they recommend us either chip seal that or seal coat it. So trying to the plans I had laid it out, I think we're going to be pushing close to about $85,000 every 5 to 10 years to either seal coat or chip seal to keep them roads in good condition so they don't go bad. So
Justin, if I could ask one question
yeah.
on that. For water and sewer and perhaps for some of the other pages in what you prepared, which I am going to make part of the record, you had indicated an income that's generated for, say, the water, and then compare that to the cost. And my understanding is that's how you determine if the funds to maintain that particular item are sufficient. On the streets, I see the total estimated cost of maintenance and the conclusion that the money is sufficient. What were you looking at any particular source of income or revenue to cover that? Or?
No, that's just out of state revenue and property taxes.
Okay.
So that's the money we get from them too. I guess funding agencies type of deal.
Okay.
So there'd be an additional $50,000 a year. Either we have to take out of state revenue or out of property tax.
Yes, correct.
To maintain this.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Does the water and sewer being a new employee, you have 330,000 revenues.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. I'm a new employee. Well, that'll come in garbage, but we'll work through that. So yeah, the streets are the same way. Storm drain, it kind of falls under street, right? But I did break it up a little bit. There'll be some inspections, cleaning catch basins, jetting the main line, Cameron. That is also paid out of state revenue and property taxes.
And it is, we have confirmed that inside the boundary, they have complied with everything. Outside of the boundary, we did determine that there are some issues with your water system in your ability to provide service in accordance with the minimum requirements for the state. So let's start with water. So there were a couple of sections where the water lines needed to be upsized and extended. And there is an issue of providing adequate pressure to the number of units that they want during emergency situations, fire flow. They have proposed what we deemed as adequate, appropriate upgrades to the system on their own as part of their project to accommodate both of those. And that is upsizing and extending specific water line sections that the water model showed were insufficient, as well as putting a booster pump station in that would really break up their subdivision into its very own pressure zone. Now that booster pump station, Steve and I were talking about that. That booster pump station hasn't been finally designed. However, in their proposal, they will be doing a complete design and working with Justin and myself and anybody else in the city that needs to, in making sure that that is an adequate thing. I believe the direction that we are going is, as you may recall, you are also in the process of trying to get funding to do a booster pump station up on the hill that will alleviate pressure issues all over the community, not just at the Fox Crossing. And once that is up and running and in operation, the booster pump station at the Fox Crossing will probably be able to be bypassed or abandoned or something along those lines. So as far as the water is concerned, I'm just reminding you, in July we identified that their proposed development and proposed infrastructure upgrades are sufficient to meet the water demands. So before we move to sewer, any questions on water? Oh, that was easy. Okay, so let's talk about sewer, which is a little less easy. So also in July, what we identified is that inside the development, they are providing adequate gravity sewer lines to collect all of the sewer that is associated with that subdivision. And they're proposing to connect to the trunk line that runs through the Park subdivision to the south, which eventually then runs to a new transmission line in First Street. Now, keep in mind, everything on the east side of the tracks goes to First Street, right? So even though there's lots of homes over there, that's the only place the sewer line crosses the tracks is at First Street. And so when we looked at the existing infrastructure, you have an 8-inch line over there that is running at more than 100% full already. And so you guys are working on a project to add a new trunk line in.
an 8-inch pipe that's more than 8 inches full. So, that's the challenge we have. So, you know, we've designed a new transmission line in First Street. It's been approved by DEQ for construction. You have a bid for it, and we're in the, you know, the awarding and contract phase. But things that we don't have is we don't have a contract with a contractor put it in the ground. We may have the funding. I don't know for sure yet if the funding has totally been nailed down for that. And we don't have, because we're not under contract, we don't have a schedule to know exactly when it will be in the ground. Now, I will say that the bid documents for construction do have a deadline of April 15th for that line to be in the ground and ready to be used. That's what's in the contract. But again, we don't have signed contract yet.
Okay. And as for the sewer line as it crosses parks, it's been discussed that the line be sufficient to handle additional flow to the north, but then again, we don't have control over that as well, as to when that's going to be right.
Well, that's two questions. In terms of capacity, we did coordinate with the parks and the trunk line that runs through the parks subdivision that the Fox Crossing subdivision proposes to tie into is big enough for Fox Crossing and more, right? So there, in terms of capacity, that coordination has already happened and is underway. So that's not really an issue. In terms of if it gets built or not, it's under construction and we're optimistic that they will finish.
Right.
Is that fair? Okay.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions? Dave, is there anything else? Is that it? Water and sewer? Anything else?
Is there anything else you want me to add to that? Okay, that's what I got.
Okay, unless you see any other, anything else you think would be relevant for council's decision.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dave. Last call for anyone that wants to speak in opposition.
I just asked a really quick question on that water.
Okay.
Is that appropriate? At the time that module was done, I was under the understanding that they would not be allowed to have faucets or spigots on the outside of their home for that water module. Was that to not supply enough water, or was that to guarantee that they were just going to use the pressurized irrigation system?
Just to make sure they're using the pressurized irrigation system. I'm not sure that provision made it into any kind of agreement. But that was discussed because we don't want somebody just irrigating out of the domestic system because there's not sufficient capacity.
Okay. Anything else in opposition? Okay. Now, yes, sir.
This is the opposition question, maybe. But do I have to walk up that thing to ask it? Because if I do, I'm not going to.
Well, do you want to know the answer?
If all you're gonna do is
if
all you're gonna do is ask a question, just give us your name, ask your question. You're not offering any testimony, okay. And then we'll see if anybody wants to answer it. I don't.
Craig Cutler, 1060 Rimlock Canyon, Shelley, Idaho. I've been touched by the emotion.
Just a question, or I'm going to swear you in. I'm going to swear you in.
Was I touched by the emotion?
Very well played. Well played.
There's a lot of numbers, a lot of going on, but I'm a resident, and I have not been able to figure out how much this is going to cost me so that this development can go in. And I don't know if there's an answer to that, but the sense is I'm not going to come out even.
Because I sense that question is part sincere, maybe part rhetorical, part persuasive. We'll go ahead and make a note.
What do you want it to be?
No, we'll just.
I can make that right.
No. I just want to. We'll just note your name for the record then and the question. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else?
Can I make one more
Final
comment?
You can briefly.
So just one question. I have a irrigation right of way that goes right through Fox Hollow for Fox Crossing. Is that going to be addressed at all?
It's already been addressed. You'll have water. It's already part of any time.
Okay, very good. Because there is a limit to what the human rear end can endure, we're going to take, we'll probably take, by that clock, we'll take a break of about 9 minutes, allow people to stretch legs. We do have a restroom here in the back, but there might be a little bit of a line, so we will pause the hearing. Well, stick around, but we're gonna take a 10-minute recess.
Yeah, I have some water. Sorry about your thumb. I think the advantage is bigger. It allows us to do kind of part just on the bottom, right into it. I'll tell you that part like I knew it. I felt that all the way through. Hey, what are they going to read? That was crazy. Oh, yeah, I mean, all this stuff. Glad you had a woodwork with my trade. You know, here's Derek. Derek's the only person I know that's worked wood. He has all of his suits. You know, everywhere. What I did, I knew was dumb what I was doing. And I'm like, I'll get away from it. The problem is pride. The problem is I have a stack of logs on the 3 feet, 2.5 feet in front of my garage door. And on top of that, I have a deer hide, axe. So when I roll out my garage door, there's my neighbor.
I called Spencer.
My wife said,
here, we bumped it up.
I need this.
Where'd he go?
Hey, I don't have room. I don't want to move all those logs. So instead, I just stood on top of the log pile and tried to bend over and lean in. Well, number one, it's not safe to do that. You can't do that. Yeah, lucky you have a thumb. I have. What part of the West Guard do you use?
Let's see.
Falls West Guard. Idaho Falls West Guard.
Yeah.
But I'd like
So, Riley Westergaard was a great uncle. Yes.
Carla.
Carla, yes, married to Bob. Yes. So, when I married my husband, his grandparents already
Whereas
passed.
Springfield.
Glenn D. Glenn was my husband's grandfather. And Glenn D. And his first wife was Zelda, but she died at 49. She was very young. And then he married someone else and then married a Ruby. Are we related? Glenn did. Probably. Like I said, they were all passed away before I even met Brett. So my husband, Glenn, his oldest son, D. Westergaard, is my father-in-law. That's married to Sue Empey, who's a Shelley girl. What was your name?
The one you looked at.
I thought someone have a little.
What it looks like?
Yeah. Or that. So where is the story? Well, Kent and Carolee Carlson. That's Carolee Carlson. That's my parents.
So they have like
Carlson,
this,
that's my maiden name.
this, and then, but I mean, you're talking.
Starworthy. My grandma was a Starworthy. Lil Starworthy. Yeah.
It's mostly just mother. No, it's not. He tried to do something to the table.
We are related. I knew it because I'm like, that is a good-looking man right there. Yes, I don't. I have it on my. Oh, I do. I have it on my iPad. Let's do it. Yes. We have 10 minutes. Oh wait, not until living. Oh, let's
So HOAs don't.
hold on, let me, I'm gonna hook that.
You're telling me, President, you're telling me you can't get a hold of me?
Hold on. I'm not hooked up yet to Wi-Fi.
There's not even my picture on there.
My
dad is in that picture. I don't think there's a picture
Oh,
of me on there. I think it's Earl. Well, yes and no. So, yes, we all have contact info, but no, it's not easy, and we're ready. We're getting new Wi-Fi services. Just cable one's dying in our world here, and so
Isn't it on the Living app? Don't we go to Living app?
That's my work now on my cell phone. But I answer both on a regular basis. Should be.
Grandma.
Yes. We are remedying that. The only tech guy that's been there has been Jeff, and he had too many other things to do, so we're moving in another direction so that all of us have that. Everybody has that access.
They just they didn't have an idea what was going to be.
So it could have been like 5 acre lots.
We had
You know, and I've been getting texts from people, and there's even more people texting me. On top of you got good news today.
So they need
I'm not very good at this stuff.
They had took away and they brought back.
So you went through. I don't know why I'm not seeing this. Hold on.
So we all have another conversation.
There we go.
And a reason to go back over.
Okay, and we go to relatives
Yes,
around.
I'm working on that.
Okay.
We'll get it out there for everybody. You bet, sir.
Are you scanning? That's me. So what does it say?
It's the market issue, not.
Hey,
Seventh cousin.
we're seventh cousins 3 times removed.
Very nice.
Can you see the resemblance?
I bet you and me are the same.
There's a jolly on there.
There you go.
Paul? Okay. Yes, and that comes through.
I don't know. I just feel like it's almost like I want to give it to me.
Yep, my grandma's already. Yep. Good. Glad you know.
I know Jay.
Yes, Jay and my dad. Yep, close friends. Carlton. Kent Carlton. My father. Yep.
I don't know. Actually, why am I thinking? I haven't had a practice yet. You have the list already. I do. Yeah, I contacted them all.
I know you do. I know you do. I was just like, one, I was like, where? I wondered where they were. I figured, hey, your dad probably would be there, but where your mom was, because our friends are, It is pretty awesome, by the way.
Hey, babe. Stay home, Stuart.
They're funny.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
I didn't tell you. I was going to get grabbed.
Stick around. Just text me your report.
What's that?
Trying to figure out where to pack this.
Yeah, you know what?
When would you like to?
We're at a 2-minute warning. We're at the 2-minute warning. People use our this one building was the definition of what they wanted to see. If you were more in the accident, they come into the museum, you have 4 or 5. Then you're not gonna get right.
The issue with 6 and 7 mistakes are you get 4 wards. Yeah, you're probably not going to run your other meetings.
That would be first time I thought of
Maybe I will do Friday during the day. Maybe I will do
Where's the popcorn? It's like this big. We see them like they are. Hour and 45-minute class on colors. I still got people go.
Okay, all right, everybody, we're gonna reconvene now.
Make a what? You have your.
Anybody still on this?
Yeah. That's here's the color. And they speak their color. Come out 14.
So we're going to be able to ask questions, right? We'll be able to ask questions to those, everyone out there.
Anybody who's here. And amongst us, but we can ask questions.
Chad, it's getting late. We should cancel school tomorrow.
Really? You gotta go to school tomorrow? I don't know about you, but I gotta get up in the morning and take a kid to school. I can't just send you because mom won't let me.
Okay. Is there anybody that's still in the restroom that you know of? We're gonna go ahead and get started. We don't want to cut anybody out, but we're gonna go ahead and resume the hearing. Sandy, let me know when you're ready. When we're good to go. Okay, sounds like we're back up and running on the record. Just for the record again too, we've got this hearing, because it's run longer and because the break took and our technology, we've got a second recording to continue. So this is part 2 of the recording, the record, and we will go ahead and resume by allowing the applicant some time for a rebuttal to address the things that have been brought up. Oh, were you pointing something out? Okay. Do you have one, or do you need several people? Just to kind of give an expectation. 2 of you on the rebuttal. Okay. How much time? 3? 3 hours. Can I get 4? Who will give me 4? No. Okay. So we got 3, and about how much time do you gentlemen think that you can do that in?
About 3 minutes if I just bust through this.
Oh, that's good. Mr. Ellsworth, Mr. Hicks, 5 minutes. Okay, that's more than reasonable. Go ahead, gentlemen. Again, just for the record, state your name, still under oath.
Okay.
But if you'll go ahead and go.
Chris Bertnolli, 306 Spring Meadows, Idaho Falls. So a couple things I want to bring up, and I've really enjoyed just the commentary between those who are opposed and those who are participating on our end. I just want to make a couple points referring back to the comprehensive plan and the zoning. I'm going to read directly out of the comprehensive plan about the responsibility of the council as well as planning and zoning. And these are from different sections or different chapters. One is to plan and develop an efficient use of public facilities and services to serve as a framework for urban development. 2, promote the development of an adequate supply of safe, affordable housing that meets the needs of city residents and provides for diversity in type, density, and location of housing. In page 35, chapter 7, it talks and discusses all about school facilities, transportation, goes through that extensively about having a plan, forward-thinking plans before any annexation or zoning takes place. Chapter 8, public services, facilities, utilities, fire, police, all of these are discussed in your comprehensive plan and laid out way before you ever annex or zone a property. So all of these issues, while we understand them and we know and we want to participate in being a solution, we purchased this property knowing that the ordinances that were laid forth, and in our minds, that was a stamp of approval by this city and this council stating we are good to go with R1 development, bring us the plat. That's what we understood. The second thing that I've heard up here that I really want to emphasize, I grew up in a household where we were 2 income earners. My mom worked for the city, for the school district. She was a secretary for Davis County School District, and my dad worked at the post office and was a paid call firefighter in Clearfield, Utah. When he started there, it was volunteer only, very similar to what you're discussing, right? And I watched as that mutated. The city grew, and because of that, these departments had to grow and adapt. They no longer were paid call. They all of a sudden had the ability through different resources to become its own entity. I know the challenges that you have. You're running through county, you're running through all of these other areas, police the same. But these homes are developed for these workers. When you say $60,000, my brother-in-law lives in Chubbuck, Idaho. He is a Chubbuck City firefighter. He's a captain, right? He lives in this type of a house so his wife does not have to work. He can't afford more than that. He doesn't want to live in a townhouse or a duplex. He wants to be a part of the community and have a home with a garage, with a yard. We are supplying that plan here. And to Heath's point, we have partnered with him already with the parks to provide solutions, to find opportunities where we can help with the sewer, the water, and join up. If we can get inside of this bubble, there are some very strong minds here that can create solutions and help you as a city and as a council to fight through this change that you're feeling and provide opportunities for the whole city of Shelley.
Can I ask you one question?
You bet.
Is alright if I call you Chris? It's not too informal tonight.
You can call me the beard.
Actually, it is a nice beard.
Is way nicer.
Yeah, so. Blake's gonna have to keep going if he's gonna. Severance has got a good beard.
Chris is great.
Chris, I just want to understand kind of your position in one respect, and I ask this question sincerely. What role, if any, do you think that the comprehensive plan plays at this phase of the development process? I kind of get the impression your argument is these are all things that should have been considered before. You assumed as developers that they were considered before, and that you can come in now, and as long as you meet the minimum lot size and the setbacks and a couple other the technical side of things, that all of the other considerations of the comprehensive plan are no longer relevant. Or I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I get where you're going.
And that's why I'm asking this question, is because I kind of get the impression you're saying the comprehensive plan doesn't really apply anymore. But I don't want to misunderstand your position. So
I can understand.
Would you explain?
Let me clarify.
Would you explain?
It's not an assumption. That's what I can tell you. We read and we understood where the zoning was, and then we partnered with the city of Shelley. We came in here and met with multiple people. We met with the city engineer. We met with the mayor. We met with members of this leadership to understand exactly where their heads were at. And that's why we're telling you, before we ever bought this property, before it ever went to let's present a plat, we had probably 60 to 75 hours of due diligence into that process to make sure that we understood clearly what the expectation of the city of Shelley was. That's why when we asked for any, hey, do you think we might be able to get away with this? No. If you submit the plat the way that it's outlined, then that will be approved, was the impression we got. And that was that we moved forward in full faith that if we put a plat together based on the zoning that was in place, then we could move that forward. Now, the other thing that I'm hearing here, based on all of the feedback, I understand growth is challenging the police department, growth is challenging the fire department. Right now, the development that you have going in place, to duplexes and townhouses, and then, to Heath's point, half-acre lots, I'm going to challenge 400,000. You're going to be lucky to find a house that's going to go for below 475 on a half-acre lot right now. So those people that are going to be buying those homes are not these people that are going to be filling these positions. They're just not.
Can I bring you back around though? And I'm not trying to pin you down on anything, but I still don't understand if you feel like the comprehensive plan it's a long document, it's a guiding document, it's intended to be the vision of the city in a lot of different respects. And I understand that nobody and no development is going to satisfy every single requirement in the whole comprehensive plan, because it's impossible, because there are some parts that are contradictory. But I want to understand your question. Do you feel your position? Do you feel that it would be inappropriate or somehow illegal or out of line, or use whatever word you want? Do you think it's not right if the city council continues to use the comprehensive plan as a guiding document on whether or not to approve this subdivision?
I don't disagree with them using it as a guiding document. That's a great question. Do you?
Well, if you want to address that, you can't, because
that's what I was going to say. But denying this subdivision, I do disagree with that.
No, I know you don't. I know you disagree. I just mean, do you feel like the comprehensive plan is still relevant to this council's consideration?
Absolutely. Yeah, zoning is when the comprehensive plan is utilized to set plans. If everybody came up here with what this guy presented,
wait, Chris.
No, you wait.
No, you're responding to my question, but you're not answering my question. And I'm not trying to get a particular answer, but I'm not clear yet. I know it should have happened at the planning and zoning process in a more involved and in a more deliberate manner. We're not talking about that. I understand that, and I think we agree on that.
Okay.
My question is, at this phase, you're at the application of a preliminary plat. Are the considerations of the comprehensive plan still relevant? Sounds like maybe Mr. Anderson thinks no, and that's fine. And you know what? I'm not the judge. You're not the judge. But I'm asking this sincerely out of understanding of your position. So,
yes, I don't. Yeah, no.
It's no longer applicable, or it is still applicable.
Right. No, it's no longer applicable.
Okay.
You've set ordinances in place and zoned it. Basically said, if this meets this zoning, and these ordinances, otherwise, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
You can. I'm just saying I didn't want to overstate your position if that's really the way you guys do it.
So why was the council so quick to change the ordinances if that wasn't the case?
I can't speak for the council.
I can answer that.
That's not really. This isn't really the forum to have.
If you're going to ask,
no, but that's not how this works. If we're out on the street, we can talk, but that's really not. This is not the forum to have that discussion. I could offer you my opinion. Individual members of the council could offer their opinion, but that's not really the forum to answer that. Fair question, and I'm not telling you don't ask it. But this is not.
They denied it.
This is not the forum to ask that question.
Right, but if it's not per the ordinances and the zoning, then why did they change it so quickly?
I have my opinions, and I could respond to that. I don't think that's appropriate for the hearing tonight. The main thing is, and that's a fair question, and for rhetorical respond to that, I don't think that's appropriate for the hearing tonight. The main thing is, and that's a fair question, and for rhetorical purposes, that'll be in the record. But my main question was just, I didn't want to overstate or understate what your position was as far as, because it really sounded like you were saying the comprehensive plan doesn't apply anymore. I didn't want to misunderstand that, so I understand your position now.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, that was all I had. Oh, Kim.
Do you dare?
do I dare?
Hey, as people know, I do not have a degree. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a developer.
Jeff, can I spill some water here?
We could plug in the drinking fountain for you, Chris.
That would be great. Go ahead.
This is my 8th year on city council, and I feel like I'm here because I really do listen to the citizens of Shelley. So my questions are probably not as heavy as some of the others. And you said we approved and annexed that in and stuff. Are you a realtor, Chris?
I am.
Okay. Have you ever been in a situation that we're seeing now with this much explosive growth?
I've only been a realtor for 3 years.
Okay.
So it's been this way. But
as far as you know, it's an explosive. So as we annexed that land in and the pre-zoning, that was at a different time than what we're seeing now. Because things have changed over the last 2 years. Yeah. So that's a little bit different. And then now all these other county developments, everyone's developing. So even though you said we should have looked at that when we pre-approved, would you admit that things are different now because we're seeing such an explosion of growth that maybe the planning and zoning at that time wasn't thinking it would explode this big because it's something new?
I would 100% agree with the fact that it's grown so quickly that it's been hard to stay in front.
Okay.
That's what I would agree with, right? you know, and different people, they're gonna adapt differently, and they're gonna see things differently and understand. But I would agree that the growth has created situations where it's definitely different than when zoning and, you know, annexation happened.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that's just one thing. A question, I don't know if you can answer this or Mike. The 10-year, I'm back to the 10-year. What happens like if I buy the land and the house and I want to sell it in 5 years? Does the next owners have 5 more years not to sell it to?
So
how do you enforce that?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to ask this one. Are you guys willing to change the plot plan design at all?
Mike, you want to answer that one?
Okay.
By the way, we're deferring to Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other thing, the what is it, 570, 375 homes?
375.
And you guys said you would build it between 5 years. Is that something that you could sign, okay, we will not build more than this in 1 year?
You know what, we're for sure willing to put a development agreement in place. So, and that would be, we're willing to meet with the city and the council and say, you know, what is acceptable to the city, and we can put out there what we think is acceptable within the first year, so that we can kind of throttle that to what your needs are. So I think if it meets the needs of the development and meets the needs of the city, I think we could come to an agreement that way.
Okay, that's all I have at this moment.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Chris, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the water stuff.
Yep.
Mr. Driscoll, can I just clarify my thought real quick?
Yeah, no, I was planning on, you just said you wanted just a few minutes, and I think
Well,
that's.
I was over the 3, I was gonna sit on the sideline.
We're not gonna penalize you for that.
Okay.
No, a few minutes each is totally reasonable.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So it's Sean Anderson again. Just real quick, I wouldn't say that they're totally irrelevant, because that's harsh. I think that they should always be a consideration of the council. However, what we're looking at here, the comprehensive plan is very subjective, and the ordinances are very objective. So the ordinances, the rules that the residents and the landowners have to play by. And so I don't think there's anyone in this room, if they owned a house and it said you can have, the ordinances say you can have 2 dogs. If they came and you guys just decided one day, well, 2 dogs doesn't feel right anymore for the city. It's just not part of our, and you went around and started saying, hey, just 1 dog, got to get rid of one of your dogs. There's nobody in the world that would be okay with that. And that's what, when people buy property, they can't look at the comprehensive plan that can be interpreted 1,000 different ways. They have to look at very objective, clear guidelines. And so I think you have to consider it from that side of it.
How about 3 dogs?
However many.
Our ordinance says 2 dogs, and we have tons of people that have more than 2
I would
dogs.
think, Mayor, that you'd be the last one that would want to open that can of worms.
How many dogs does he have?
No, I've only.
It's not him. It's just the ongoing dog issue that we
issue in the city.
Yeah, I just think you have to have very clear, objective rules to play by, and you can't change the rules in the middle of the game. That's my point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Sean, sorry, I don't know whether to be overly formal or overly casual, but anyway, go ahead.
I can't say something, would it? So first, I'd really like to talk about the utility services really quickly, the water and sewer. So just, as we sat down in the initial discussions, it was interesting that the sewer seemed to be fine. That was not the issue. It was just, do we have water? So that was really the question. In fact, there was discussion about us actually having to run the water line 1,100, 1.1 miles of sewer, of water line, which evolved and pivoted in our very first discussion, sewer capacity and ability to serve sewer wise was zero issue. And so the first time we heard that it was an issue was actually at the city council meeting this last time. We actually thought that was taken care of. And so we've actually been monitoring that and staying in touch with the developers of the parks, because our intention all along has been to pay for a share of that improvement, that sewer line improvement, the upsizing of the line, et cetera, moving through the parks to allow for the disposal of the waste from our subdivision, and we've been very committed to the parks and appreciate their working with us to do that. And so I had a little different understanding of where the status of things were regarding the sewer based on discussions with Keith in particular. So I'm wondering, so we get it right, if I could just have Keith communicate what his understanding is of where things are right now regarding sewer and its capacity. Would that be okay? I just want to be sure we're accurate for the record of what we
you can invite him.
Well, I think we've already made that record accurate with Dave, because it really comes back down to the city engineer.
What I'm saying is that our understanding is slightly different from what we heard, and I'd just like to make clarification and be sure where maybe there's some other information here that would be useful to the council to be aware of.
You're okay
that's up to them, like they want to do it.
If he wants, you can't force it to, but if he
can't
wants
make
to
you
come
do
up.
it.
I think the biggest question comes from just, and Dave mentioned correctly that there's not an actual, our development agreement is not signed, sealed, delivered yet. So there's not a formal contract. But I think it kind of got left there, which made it feel like we have nothing in the works. But us and you as the city, we have an agreement. We're just working out between BJ and Blake wording of how that's going to work. But our understanding is that the upgrade to the sewer on FERC, we have an agreement on how that's going to work, what our responsibility will be, what the city's responsibility will be. We'll work out how that will work between us. But our understanding is we have an agreement. It's just being formalized to be. So Dave's not wrong in saying that there's not a contract, but it sounded when it ends like that, then it makes it to them feel like there's nothing there when there is an agreement there, at least a verbal agreement.
Okay, I didn't get that impression from what Dave said. He said that there's already pipe in the ground. There's a full expectation that it's going to be completed, but the reality is it has not been signed, and there's still some questions. So I mean, I think that's accurate. I don't think there's any disagreement factually on where we're at, and I don't think there's any intent or disparaging. I mean, I think that there's a hope, even an expectation that it will go in, but that it hasn't yet, and that it hasn't been signed yet. Is that a fair restatement? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
Okay. So just a few things. I think with regards to the comprehensive plan, my understanding of this in doing developments in the past, and again, might have been primarily in the city of Idaho Falls or in Ottawa County, is that the ordinance are designed to be in support of the intent of the comprehensive plan. And so that when this subdivision was annexed into the city, under the ordinances as they existed, that the city looked at that and said, we can support that. It's not a 100% guarantee, and in fact, Shelley's comprehensive plan says that. It's not a 100% guarantee. But the underlying presumption is for anybody coming in and acquiring a property that they can do that. No different than if somebody comes in and they want to open up a business that based off of the zoning existing at the time and in the ordinances says that you can put this here, then they buy and acquire that property under the presumption that they're going to be able to have an allowed use for that property. So it's really the same thing, just being applied to a subdivision. And I have great respect for who will one day be our neighbor, who is our neighbor today. That when we look at this plat, number one, we want to remember it's R1. R1 is not high density. High density looks way different than this subdivision. And so I would really like to be sure that we have that clarified. Are there more homes? Are there more homes per acre than some other subdivisions? Indeed, for sure, there is. But the plat is in full compliance. The streets, when we talk about the width of the streets, they're compliant with everything required for the city. So we've heard a lot of great things from folks who are very concerned about this all happening right. And so I want to talk about the HOA and the parking, and that's been taken with great dispute, and I appreciate the research that Mandy has taken to do this. The important thing to understand is that in Idaho Falls, there's only one subdivision right now today that is outside managed. There are a couple subdivisions that have just converted to that. Bridgewater is a subdivision that went to outside management about 2 years ago. And I'm telling you, there are not cars parked on the street, there are not RVs parked out in front of driveways, they are not. Because it's an outside agency managing it, it's managed. South Point, I believe, is another subdivision that's in the process of converting that. Because managing an HOA with our neighbor is a tough, tough thing. Who wants to be in that saddle taking all those calls? You know, it's just nobody's ever happy about anything these days. So I want to emphasize that that is the reason why we feel like it's got to be a third-party, outside managed HOA, so that what we put in the covenants is enforced, so that law enforcement, our maintenance folks, the fire, and all that, they have clear access on these streets. Yes.
So can an HOA act as an enforcement?
They do that.
But like how? Like if there's a car parked out in the road.
They actually stick it and they let you know if you don't get it out of here, we might have to call it off. And they actually call it off.
The HOA. So
HOA
they are,
manages it.
by law, they can do that.
They can do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do that.
So what?
And there are subdivisions that are managed that way. Bridgewater, again, that's an example. So
they don't have to be like enforced like by law, like police officers.
It's in the HOA and it's in the covenants, just like we talked about. It's got to be owner occupied for a certain period of time.
Yeah, I'm not, maybe I don't share, Kim, just to answer your question, I don't know that I quite share Mr. Hicks' confidence. To me, this is a pretty developing area of the law, especially in Idaho.
Okay.
We don't have the history of dealing with these issues that a lot of the bigger, more populous states have. So are there enforcement mechanisms through, civil means, private means, party to party? Yeah, there probably are some things. I don't know that's maybe quite as clear cut, but I know that there are ways to enforce covenants. And so, in fairness,
so the end game is, what's the teeth that we have? If they have what's the teeth the city has?
The city does not have any
don't have any
rights
teeth.
to enforce their covenants.
Right, but what about when we have to send fire or ambulance or cops in there to do something? What is the teeth if it isn't being followed?
I'm painting here with kind of a broad brush.
Okay.
But the city does not have the right to enforce private contracts.
So if their
I don't
company,
know
if the company doesn't enforce it, if your HOA or outside managed group doesn't enforce it, what then is our position? Does it fall back on Randy through the state statutes and fire, or where does it end? Who's got the teeth?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the ultimate answer to that.
So Boise, as a city, has had outside HOA management for years and years. That's the way Boise's managed their subdivisions for a long time. So you can call it the state way to call it whatever you want, but that's where the learning comes from, is from a market that's got experience with that. And again, when you go through those subdivisions, and that's also where the management firms are coming out of, they're experienced with this. They know what they can do, and they do it. And so
those are private CC&R, right?
And so the cost for the HOA, that's paid by the homeowners inside the subdivision. That management firm is paid for by that, and the covenants will provide that that's just the way it's managed. So the intent of, we can say the same thing about the covenants for the parks. It's interesting that we don't have the same questions coming from other subdivisions. Why are the questions only being directed about this subdivision? So I think we need to be sure if we're asking it a question about this subdivision, we're asking about all the subdivisions, because we've got 2-car garages, we've got the width of driveways, we've got everything that the other subdivisions have with this plat. It was set up as R1, and again, the ordinances will establish the rules of what R1 looks like. And so I just don't want us to lose sight of that. And that third-party HOA is vital because it's just impossible. The internally managed HOAs struggle. They just struggle. So, and I completely get it. Who wants to be the president of an HOA that doesn't get paid a nickel to have to do all this? And so the HOAs have a legal fund. They have on-staff attorneys. Those are the third parties. They've got on-staff attorneys. It's just what they do. It's just like any other business. They're a business, and that's what they're built to do, is operate HOAs. That's just their thing. So also want to make mention, we've had a lot of discussion about okay, we'd have to have another fire truck, we'd have to have another law enforcement officer. Want to remember, it's not funded by just Fox Crossing. We've got evidently what's on the table for development over time are a number of other residential properties on lots. And all of those properties are going to be contributing funds to it. So it's not like we're trying to get just this subdivision to fund the fire or fund the law enforcement. It's all with the new development where the funding will come from. So again, I don't think that that's a fair question to be directed at only one subdivision. This one subdivision isn't what tips it over to different levels. It's just all part of the growth equation. And again, the growth is gradual. And so we definitely know that a good development agreement is vital in this, that you need to be able to hold our feet to the fire and answer your question. So with the investors that came in and invested in this development, what we told them was 5 years. We talked to them about a 5-year development cycle, which is that 60 to 70 homes per year in order to get to our goal. Now, do they all have to happen at once? They don't. They can be scaled. It can be slower up front and accelerated toward the rear so that the city has time to be adjusting. So we have the ability to scale that growth, and we'd certainly be willing to talk about doing that. Modifying the plat, that one's a pretty tough one for us because we've developed this when we looked at it. Victorian Village is in Idaho Falls is a smaller version. The layout is pretty much the same in the way that there's access roads on each side with channels running through the middle. It's a very efficient design inside that subdivision, and it's actually visually appealing. It reduces the number of intersections in the subdivision because of the way those streets are designed. So it's just designed to be simple and easy and for fire and emergency vehicles to have very direct paths to get where they're going. As a sidebar, and I don't think really Justin was pretty great about his numbers for all the funding for the parks and things. In South Point, as a subdivision, they took over maintenance of the parks. They wanted everything to look the same. There were common areas that were maintained by the subdivision, and the storm retention ponds were being maintained by the city at a different level and at different times. And so the subdivision took that over, which eased things for the city, which of course with the funding that's happened recently turned out to be a really good thing. So that is something that we would definitely be willing to talk about. That the homeowner association would actually be responsible for maintaining the maintenance of those park areas, which maybe would be a help. Would not. I would hope that would be. So I think that's probably.
I do have a question for you, and maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't. Okay, you put 375 homes in there. There's going to be 400 to 600 kids in there. You've got 3 areas that they can play, but there's no playground equipment. There's nothing there. So, and their yards, I don't think are big enough to play in. I don't know that, but does that make sense? What I'm asking?
Yeah. So I actually have this in some notes that I gave Sean, and I don't know that I have them here. So I want to keep in mind the depth on these lots. The shallowest lot is 125 feet deep, and we have some lots that go as deep as 175 and 180 feet deep, and they're 65 feet wide. So this would be equivalent. So a lot of lots that we're seeing developed now will be 85 feet wide by 110 or 115 feet deep. From a square footage standpoint, due to the footprint of these homes and the depth of the lots, the square footage in the backyards are roughly equivalent to what you'd see in an 85-foot lot that's 110 feet deep when we talk about square footage of the backyard. Plus the yards would be fenced. And so, and there will be access to the rear yards through the homes, and they're designed, there will always be a design that allows access to that backyard without having to go outside around the fence. You know, that's one of the reasons we don't want parking on the streets is actually child safety. I mean, that's a very big deal. Safety of the kids. We don't want kids darting out from behind cars and things and getting hurt.
Will you answer the question about that 10-year, like if someone buys a house?
Yeah, so in Idaho Falls, Three Fountains, this is a specific example, this is a condo association. Three Fountains got to where they had over 50% of the occupants were tenants, which eliminated financing options. They couldn't, there was no financing available inside that area, inside Three Fountains. And so they all got together and modified their covenants and required home ownership for them. All the units have to be owner occupied. So they had to grandfather, but once tenants' leases came up, the people either had to sell them or move into them. And so that's what the HOA did, and I can tell you the HOA has been very aggressive in enforcing that. And today, there might be 3 or 4 rentals left in Three Fountains. Everything else in Three Fountains is owner occupied. Every transfer of tenancy, the HOA is aware of. And so ownership, they're aware of all that, and they manage it and enforce it, and have been in court enforcing it, either forcing the sale of properties that were in violation of the covenants.
So if I bought a house and sold it in 5 years, the next people have to
10
have.
years, yeah, 10 years total.
Okay. No matter how many transactions that works.
Has anybody else ever done that before?
From a residential standpoint?
From a residential standpoint.
We have seen it in some typically higher end subdivisions, but not at this locally anyway. Here, I'm not aware of that. There could be in other markets. This again is just our effort to assure that we have a subdivision that looks good and is well maintained. And from a standpoint of investors, from a standpoint of being an investor, we're pushing away potential buyers. We're making a conscious decision not to sell. And there is financial risk with doing it, but it's a risk that we're willing to take in order to gain the objective that we want, and that will be in writing inside the companies. It won't just be something we're saying; it'll be something that we're bound to.
I have an HOA.
Any other questions? Oh,
I have an HOA question.
Sure.
Never been around or don't know anything about it. So if the homeowners want to save some money and then they'll say, boot the HOA and drink on the corners and run it. What locks the HOA in is what it is.
Inside the covenants as they've been drafted, and again, duplicated elsewhere, is that the homeowners inside the subdivision won't have the right to in-house that. They would have the right to dismiss a firm and hire another. None of that would happen as long as we were in there developing. So as long as we're in there developing, we maintain that dominant position to be sure to drive that forward. And you know what? Honest to goodness, well-run HOAs, we don't get resistance from the residents who live there. They, when they're upset, is when the HOA is not enforcing the covenants. That's when they get upset, not when they are. Which is really
they bought it, agreed.
Because they buy. If you know what the covenants are before you move in, you know what the rules are before you move in. You buy into the rules before you move in.
Just raises questions.
Yeah,
it's covered on 5 years.
As Idahoans, the idea is just kind of repulsive that we have somebody with rules inside their own house. Yet we also are repulsed by the idea that our neighbor might do something that hurts the value of our home. I mean, time after time, as a realtor, we go up and we go to a home that's a nice home, and the home next door is hashed. It's got cars parked out front. It's got all this. There's no anything. It's got the city ordinances. There's no covenants. So there's no protection, and the only way that homeowner can do anything to the owner next door is to sue them, take civil action of some form, and people won't do it. So now their property, the value of their property, is being encroached upon by that neighbor who's doing that.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hicks. Was there anyone else from the group in the rebuttal? Just briefly. Okay, yeah, you'd indicated that before, Mr. Ellsworth. Come on up.
Steve Ellsworth and Associates again. I just want to kind of drive home the fact that these homes are not going to be dropping from the sky. We're talking 70 homes in the first year. And in order for me to get the improvement drawings and the approvals and everything, if I was to get approval tonight, I'm still 6 months away from getting approved drawings to even look to start trying to move towards construction. So this is not like an approval tonight gets us moving to construction tomorrow. There's still all the plans that have to be drawn up and approved through all the various agencies. I just wanted to let you know that there is a timeline and this is not going to be happening tomorrow, that there is due process.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Ellsworth? No? Okay.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Just development agreement hasn't, I don't know if we touched on that, but we are definitely willing to work that out. That would be what would bind us to some of these concerns so that it's not just, oh yeah, anyone can come into this room and say whatever they want. So we would enter an agreement with you guys. I'm sure you've done that with past subdivisions, correct? And that's what would bind us to these things that would solve some of these concerns. But we're willing to definitely do that.
Thank you. All right. Before we close the hearing, anything else? Anybody else from the applicant? Okay. Appreciate that. Just then, for clarity in the record, I received the school district's document. I've just marked that. We can refer to it as Exhibit A. There's the note from Randy Adams, the 2-page note. We'll mark that as B. The note from Chief Mueller as C. The packet from Justin Johnson as D. Sandy's notes as E. That is the additional information or the additional documentation that we've received in tonight's hearing. We do have copies of the actual preliminary plat, the application, and all other things from the P&Z hearing and the process to this point, which will all be part of that record. So, my brain's starting to shut down too at this late hour. So I think that we're done as far as that. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion. The council now will have the opportunity to deliberate, to discuss. If you need to ask some follow-up questions, anything you need clarification on. Hopefully we covered most of that in the hearing. That's the goal there. But in part of your deliberations, if additional questions come up, you can maybe rely on city staff. But other than that, the hearing's pretty much closed, and then we expect them to just the facts. Okay. So go ahead. Thank you. I want to thank everybody for participating tonight too. Go ahead.
Adam?
I just have a question for Mr. Hicks on your median income for the city of Shelley. Where did you find that information?
I was in the demographic report. It's called Worldwide Demographics. So it goes to the city, it goes to the census data. And
okay.
So I pulled that directly from there today just to show you as far as possible.
Everywhere else I've read, it's a lot lower than that. That's why I was asking.
This is 2019, the average income showed 52,000 and change.
Right.
And then 2021 shows a significant average change in average income in the community.
Okay. Yeah. So one of the things that I have, I guess, kind of a question on, I feel like that the traffic is going to be a huge issue with this. Coming down Center Street, there's only one way down Center Street. Well, it's only one lane. Everybody's going to hit the major highway going into Idle Falls. We don't have the industry, obviously, or the jobs around here to support these many homes. So it's going to be a bedroom community like it is. People are going to head Idle Falls. That's where they're going to go. I feel like, personally, there needs to be some kind of traffic study done in order before in order to figure out how kind of impact that's going to have on Center Street, as well as all the traffic that's going to go up Highway 91. But mostly in the city is what I would take a look at, or I would want to take a look at. So I know there was a comment that was made, or I guess in testimony that was made. If I could find it. I understand that that affordable housing is not available out there, and I understand what we're trying to accomplish here. At the same time, it's not necessarily the city's fault that there's not affordable housing out there. I don't know that we have to necessarily take on the burden of what this subdivision may cause to some of our services. It's really the way the market has gone, unfortunately. And I have kids that are at that age too that need homes as well. I totally get that. But I don't think it's the city's responsibility in order to make sure that there's affordable housing out there. As far as I feel like that the burden that it's going to place on like our school system is going to be something that is really going to hurt at least the education that our kids are getting now. I understand that it's going to be controlled, but my biggest concern is that we already have 570 homes that are already committed to build. We add another additional 70 homes per year or whatever it comes out to be. I just don't feel like our services can keep up with that amount of growth. That's my personal opinion. I feel like, and it says in our comprehensive plan, a couple of things. It said development plans should be coordinated with public utilities such as fire and police protection, Shelley School District, water and sewer departments for capabilities, and should comply with the goals and objectives of the Shelley comprehensive plan. And I agree it should be coordinated. The way I take that is what we have already committed is already, I think, going to be more than what we can handle, especially if everybody starts building. And so I feel like that actually will hurt us as a community. And I guess that's my testimony. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay. Kim.
I think the only other question I have is, have you guys went to IRWA and been approved for ERUs or anything? Like, where does IRWA sit on this?
So IRWA, I went to I've been to a couple of their board meetings, and the way the ERUs work is you can be approved for them, but you don't have them until you purchase them. And so there's last time it was around 150 to 177,000 ERUs available. So we would just have to go purchase them.
That's 1,100, not 100 and something, 1,100. Yeah, there's an extra zero in there.
There's about 1,149,
yeah.
And there's
1,149.
There's more than that, but that's what the official count currently is.
So withdrawing my number. I apologize for
overseeing
my number, but when I went to those meetings, the way I understood it is there are ERUs to be purchased. You do not have them until they're purchased.
That's correct.
So yeah, they're available. We just need to go buy them.
Are you saying we should go ahead and buy them now? We're safe to go ahead and make that purchase?
I was just asking if you guys had went there. I've asked a lot of my questions along the way, so I'll turn over to Lee.
Good.
Oh, really? And you know, a wise woman once, my wife, told me you should listen more than you talk. And I have a problem with that a lot of times. And anybody that knows me, ask Dave and Justin, they'll tell you. Couple things for the council. I'm sitting up here trying not to get emotional. So forgive me, Hicks Group, if I do. Pardon the deal. But I was on planning and zoning for 6 years. And I helped write the comprehensive plan, so I know what they are. So every time you take just at the comprehensive plan, I'm trying not to feel emotional about it. Because Adam and I were new on the council. We got trained really well, and we spent a lot of hours following guidance from other plans on top of what was already put into Shelley's comprehensive plan. And that was where I got my teeth cut and felt really the love I have for this town. I'm a transplant also. I saw something on the news today that really has really brought that up. So I'm trying to keep it suppressed. But to that end, I was the council chairman that approved the annexation. The people that bought the property and wanted it annexed into the city because it touched the city. They said, why would we buy this if we didn't? So when they bought it, they did not have a plat.
They did not.
They said, we want to put this into the city because we want to be a part of what you guys are. We want to follow the rules and the guidelines and all that other stuff. So when they came to us, we asked him about that, and he said, well, here's a picture of what a plat would be, but we don't have a plan. But we got this property, we got a deal on it, the lady wants to sell it, this person wants to buy it. We want it annexed in the city before that takes place because they thought it would be worth more. If I remember right, I'd have to go way back those years and look. But that's why we annexed in the city. It touched, it was contiguous, it was working. And at that time, nobody was building any houses anywhere. Shelley hadn't moved or changed forever, except for in the county. And that made perfect sense to us on the council. We said, you know what, that's the right thing to do. And so I look at this and I hear the testimonies. I listen to the constituents because they're the ones that voted us in. When I was getting yelled at on a regular basis on the planning and zoning board for volunteering my time and trying to learn all those stuffs, when I get on here, it gives me a little bit of a different perspective. So I go to the comprehensive plan because I helped write it. And one of the things it says on there is that it says that it is still only one of the components to be considered. And then we're talking about land use maps to be considered in determining whether a particular proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan. To determine what the comprehensive plan requires or permits, each component must be considered. The answer may not be found solely on the land use map. And it goes on in the past, but it's talking about land use and where Shelley sits. It says some decisions concerning development proposals will represent a policy choice made or approval of the city council concerning which of the many varied and sometimes competing goals and objectives are to be furthered by that decision. Each such decision will represent a determination that under certain circumstances, the goals and objectives that were furthered were more important and must prevail over those not furthered by the decision. So it kind of gives both sides of the story, which sometimes we've heard only one. The comprehensive plan gives us a great guide. It tells us, hey, we got to be able to provide services. We've got to have growth contained inside of our city that helps our schools grow, it helps our community grow. And I think we're all a little afraid of growth because some people haven't seen it for decades. You know, I moved here, brought my family back to Shelley, and guess what? First house my realtor showed me, so for the realtors in the room, first house the realtor showed me, she was brand new. She was working off the parameters we gave us, and it was awful. They did not prepare that house. They were just showing it. And it was awful. But a couple of stupid kids looked past it to the good bones it had. And where it was. It has the same address as my in-laws on the other side of town. We looked at 6 other houses in Idaho Falls. And when I could reach out and touch my neighbor in Idaho Falls, I said, that's not what I want to do. And so I said, better do this. And it worked out well for me, and it worked out well for my kids. It's worked out well here in the city. I look at the things that concern me are the property tax base. We're looking at this going 70 houses, 60 houses at a time. We could almost ingest that to a certain point. but we don't even get that tax revenue for year 2. They have to live in it for a whole year before we get paid. So we have to provide services for it. We have to do all those things that a city has to do for their people before we even get 1 penny back of it. And the state's trying to cut our knees off at that. So I have a hard time saying, let's throw 375 houses in there. The other thing I have is that I listen to the guys that I work with and get to know inside the city, and over the last almost 2 years, we got to know the police force and the public works guys and our, BJ that takes care of us on our legal side, and Sandy who runs our stuff on a daily basis. And when they have heartburn, we have to have heartburn a little bit because they're the ones at the end of the day that run it. I know the garbage guy personally, and he lived down the street from me until he could buy a bigger house. Somebody gave him the deal instead of giving me the deal. So he moved. And he would work through lunch every day if we asked him to. That's the kind of guy he is. But it's not fair or legal for us to do so. So those are my thoughts on it. I really I look at it and I think, geez, that'd be pretty nice. I got kids. I got 2 college kids. One's graduating this next spring in the summer, and where's she going to go? She thinks she's going back down in the basement. And I got a little tiny house that's smaller than these ones. And I'm thinking, I need a bigger house to put her in if she's going to hang around. And my son, who comes home every 6 months from school too. So I'm in the same deal. But the numbers are there, and the fact that I have a little issue with, and I guess it's a personal issue, and I guess I shouldn't even bring that up, but I have an issue that we're not even talking about changing anything. If we do the math, the green space that we're providing is not in with our comprehensive plan, and it's like not even 10%, not even 5% of what the subdivision is. And I get yards are green space, but only if they're on the front. And green space for a subdivision that big, I live in the old part of town, and I don't have a park, and I didn't have a park for my kids. I had to walk down and around to a corner to a park, which was great when they were little, and it's fine now, even for the kids in this town. But we need more parks. We need more places for our kids in our community to go play. And so I feel that's kind of my 2 cents on it. But I do see, it sounds like a great plan. It looks good, other than the number of it. I like the concept. I like the 10 years. I like the homeowners. I like that you're putting in the sprinkler systems. Where were you 25 years ago when I was wanting to buy a house? That stuff wasn't even around. And I'm glad that it is for these kids coming up. But still have questions and concerns in my head. I'm done, Jeff. I'm off my box.
All right. Yeah. Well, I just first want to say that I agree with everything that they have said in regards to that when we, as a city, put something out there by way of zoning ordinances, they have a right to buy their property and build it to standards that we say that they should be built. I know there's a lot of people in the community who don't want growth, and there's a lot of people who are scared of growth, and yada yada. But as I've told everybody, I've told people sitting in this room, growth's going to come, and people have the right to use their property to their own desire and build it out according to the standards that the city sets. I think one of the biggest problems with this is just the way it looks by optics. You look at it, 375 lots, it looks like New York City. But you pull back and there are big lots. And you figure it out in your own mind. If they're 125-foot backyards, those are big backyards. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore the fact that they meet our standard. And by the way, while we're on that, I want to settle something. I'm the one that sat on the planning and zoning. I was the one that pushed for bigger lots to be developed and wider front footage lots. Had nothing to do with this development. It had to do with me. I had seen what we had developed up in Copper Basin, which is outside the city and the county, but met the city's requirements. and did not like the fact that the front foot lots were smaller, kind of like the ones in Victorian Village. I was the one that pushed for that. Coincidentally happened to fall on the same night that you guys came to the planning and zoning. Had nothing to do with this development at all. And it was discussed in a joint meeting before us at one other time you can find the minutes on. But I was the one that was pushing that and had nothing to do with this development. I didn't have any, I hadn't even looked at this development, I hadn't seen it, it didn't come to my mind. And I was the one that brought that to the attention of the other people that I wanted it to be moved forward. But I think that I disagree with the points being made here that the comprehensive plan doesn't have any impact at this point. That it only has an impact when something's annexed into the city. I think that there's leeway here that the council has in development, in its enormity or in its how fast it's developed. You know, I think it would have been probably a lot more palatable if it would have been in stages. I know you were worried about something changing by way of zoning, but it probably would have been more sellable. It would have looked a lot more palatable to a lot of people. I would like to see personally more diversity in lots in the development that goes on, instead of just 6 different home plans being developed as tract homes. For the size of Shelley, that's going to, when you get done, increase the population by, what, you got 4,400 people, you're probably looking at about 1,000 something when you get done. So it's going to increase the population significantly in the city just with this development in and of itself. Based on that, I think that does give me some heartburn. The other thing that gives me some real heartburn, and really objectively, more than anything else, I don't have a problem with this development, but I do have a problem with the enforcement of the HOA. I worry about fire. I am concerned about the fire issue. And that wasn't the last time, Randy, I'll be honest with you, when you came before me, but now that you bring that information to me, this time I'm a little concerned, and I would like to get a little bit more information if I could from council regarding how that works on public streets and enforcement without an issue. But otherwise than that, that's my thoughts on the whole matter. That's where I come down on this whole thing. So
okay.
I want to add to Jeff's. You know, I agree with Jeff. Growth is going to come. I agree that, and I'm not necessarily scared of the growth. Necessarily, I'm scared of the growth at this moment, just because of what we've already committed to. That's my issue. Is that maybe 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road, whatever it is, maybe we could take a look at it. But I think what we already have committed, I am scared of this kind of growth at this point.
Okay, so I've spent a lot of time over in the bird edition. I'm trying to be careful how I say that. Yeah. Those lots over there are about the same size as the lots in this subdivision. I've been over there trying to get signatures for a sewer district. And that subdivision is a real struggle, but the streets are narrower. But what amazes me in that subdivision is you can have a house in there with a single car garage. Now these were built 30 years ago or more, probably 40 years ago. I don't know.
In the 1970s.
Yeah. Anyway, you can have a house in there, and I've gone to every street, every house, pretty much. You can have a house with a single car garage. They park one car in front of the house and one car in the driveway, and their house and their place looks great. You can go to the house next door to them that has a 3-car garage, and they have 9 cars sitting on the yard and in the side of their house. So the lot size isn't as big a deal as probably the quality of people, maybe. I don't know. But I do have a big concern with the enforcement of the HOA rules. I'll be the first one to admit I don't understand them all, but I have a hard time in the city when we have an issue with somebody that has too many cars or has weeds 4 feet tall, we have to send them a notice. Then we have to wait, we have to send them another notice. Then we have to give them a citation. Then we set up a court date, and by then it's 4 months later. Then you go to court, and the judge fines them $50. Well, we've just spent $500 in 4 months. Is that what happens in HOAs? I don't know. But if they're all parking on the street, then Justin's crew can't plow the snow because in the bird edition, we have to haul the snow off. So instead of taking 3 hours to plow it, it takes 2 days. So I've got a real concern because I don't understand, and our attorney doesn't understand the exact measures of what an HOA authority has. Listening to our superintendent, I know we've got issues coming in the schools. We've got a business park that was built in 2006 or 7 that sit for 12, 14 years and never did anything. And in the front of it was supposed to be businesses, the back was supposed to be apartments and twin homes. And all of a sudden they decided to change their CC&Rs so they could put apartments in the front. Well, if the developer, nothing against you guys, but if the developer still owns enough lots, they can change the CC&R without everybody voting on it, from what I understand, because that's what's happened in the one over here. So until that is totally built out, the developer can still keep changing those CC&Rs until it's all built out because they own enough lots or they have enough voting rights. That concerns me. So that's the concerns I have.
If I might, Mayor, you know, one of your concerns is that you can handle that with the development agreement with them so that you can avoid that problem. The other thing I think, in all fairness, is we can't put on these folks the burden of the county and all the growth that's going on in the schools and say, well, we're going to deny them because, all the other growth that's going on in the area. I mean,
I agree.
I don't think that's fair. I think we need to look, if we're going to look at anything, we need to look at this development as it stands, as is, not necessarily this growth, but what it is and how much it is and how fast it is and what it is by way of product and diversity and possibly by way of enforcement of the HOA. But I don't think it would be fair of anyone to say, well, gee, our schools are maxing out, so therefore these guys can't build on the property. I just don't think that's appropriate.
No, I'm not saying that. And then, to be honest with you, I was a little bit disappointed when I went up and looked. Mr. Hicks gave us a couple of subdivisions to go look at, so I went and looked at them. And when I went and looked at them, and I brought this up in our other meeting, I went and looked at them and I was totally impressed. They would have a house with a big 2-car garage or a 3-car garage and 2 or 3, and then they'd have 1 or 2 small homes. And then it would be across the street would be some small homes and then bigger homes. So it was a really good mix. And I thought, man, these are nice subdivisions. So in my mind, that's what I thought we were getting until I saw the drawings. And so that's not what we're getting. This is not what I thought we were getting, I guess, So with that being said, I will accept the motion to accept or deny if somebody would like to make a motion.
Mayor, if I mentioned too, I think there's maybe some more options on the table. With every thing, not just land use, the city always has the option to table the matter as well if you need some time to think about it. This isn't, a gun to your head you have to decide right now. Certainly approval or denial directly is on the table. I'm not taking away from that.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure the council understands that you don't have to make a decision tonight. And there is an option if you have other concerns. It's not something that we've done a lot before, that we've used a lot before, but I also feel like it would be appropriate, if you wanted to not deny it, then you could send it back to the P and Z to wrestle with some of these issues that you're concerned about, that would prevent an approval. I think that's another option, in addition to the two that the mayor mentioned.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up, BJ, because that's something I would like to have some issues. I mean, there's some questions I would like to have answered, and I think we need to have BJ look into those. But I think there's kind of secondary. It's true, once again, when we talk about HOAs and streets and about fire protection, we've got places in town that don't have any types of potentials for fire hazards, where we have cars parked on lawns. I see them in certain sections of our city, so the issue is not just exclusively to this development here, and I don't want them to feel like that we're just picking them on them. I personally think it should go back down to planning and zoning, because I think, as you mentioned, Mayor, as you talked with, you thought it would be a little bit different. I think our comprehensive plan still is in force. I think there's some discussion in there that gives us some latitude in talking about diversity and about type and density of a development. And so my personal recommendation is that we send it back down to the P and Z. That's my personal opinion.
Why not a table and let us do our own research and figure it out?
I'm game for that as
okay
well,
for
if you
that
wanted
too?
to do that as well.
I'm not ready to make a decision
more
one way
As
or
I've
the
been
other.
thinking about it,
But I don't
and
want to
look
put it
at
on the P and Z.
Well,
we could
that's
put it
the way
back
I
on the
feel. I don't want
P&Z.
to put it on the P and Z, and I would like to know what kind of authority an HOA does have. If they can really tow a car, if they can really enforce things. I don't know that. BJ doesn't know that, but he can find out, right?
Okay. But I think I will say this now in open public, because I want to be as transparent as possible. I think as a council, we need to make sure that in the future, when we do these types of developments, we have another step included where this kind of stuff is fleshed out and worked out at either planning and zoning or in a team of development with the engineer and everyone else, so that it doesn't get to this point where we're having these kind of discussions as a council. Because it's gone too far. It's not fair to the person who's building, and it's not. We've seen that with the parks, and I think we need. We're trying to put on our big boy pants, and so we're trying to grow up as fast as we can here. But I think that's something that we need to look at as a council, and making sure we do that in the future, so that we have additional steps, so we don't get to this point. But I'm willing to hear it as a council again. I just think that there needs to be further review on this matter.
I'm with Jeff on it. I think there needs to be some questions answered. What kind of teeth do we have? Where do we sit? And crunch some numbers. I mean, I think Chad's come with some really good numbers for the school, and I think Chief and Justin have done their due diligence on it. But maybe we need to go back and recrunch some other numbers and say, where are we sitting? Where does it sit today? What's looking at it? Where are we? And what does it look like in a short period of time? Make sure that we have what we need before we say yes or no.
Yeah, well, I guess I don't have so much concern in that regard, because, like you said, we're talking at least you'll be a year before they start developing.
I get that. There's some things we're waiting on that are going to be at least a year, and then that puts us another year into another retired officer. Right. What does the fire look like?
We're gonna always have.
I know you're always going to have it, but gotta look forward, because nobody before us did.
I know, but I think the development itself is what we need to look into, and that's where I'm coming from. I don't really have an issue with some of these other things that you brought up. So okay, just want to make it clear.
Okay. We agree to disagree, right?
Right.
Yeah, right. We got it.
Yeah.
What do you two think?
I'm concerned if we set out a precedent that we can't even absorb 60 to 70 homes, it might scare away other developers.
Well, we have been developing 66 homes a year to this point for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Have we not, Sandy?
How many?
Well, seems like, well, okay, so if you take Copper Meadows, which we supply the water and sewer for. We don't supply policing. We do a little bit of street work out there. I believe there were, over the past year, it was 45 homes that were, or building permits pulled. So far in 2021, I want to say it's 45, and I think last year was 18.
So you're right at 60.
So about 60 a year. Well,
And that's out there.
That's what I reported to
So
her.
that's a
was,
little bit
right.
slower that we've seen. I mean, probably 10 in the last year there. So if you look at different subdivisions, there's, when you add them all up, then there's more than the 60. But
So yeah, we've been doing about 60 for the last couple of years.
Then we
Ammon is
had-
doing about 300 a year.
we had the Parkview Estates come in, and Derek's still here.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
right there in front
wait,
of you.
Derek, how many do we have there? 24?
Yeah, Parkview at
24,
24.
so we have 24 units there.
Okay.
You're almost at 100 total
So,
over a year.
so the
year and a
other
half.
thing we have to remember is we've approved 547. But out of those 547, how many are going to be built in the next 5 years? I don't know that.
That you're right. I mean, because they're not being built by a home builder like these
Yeah.
these gentlemen.
So we might only get a couple hundred. I don't have any idea.
Right. And I think that's another issue that scares a lot of people is because there's a definitive build out rate on this that scares a lot of people. But I
don't know if it's necessarily like scary.
Well-
Other than the fact that they're going to build them.
Yeah.
Unlike a developer that says I need to sell this lot and then they need to find the builder and then
Right.
build. You're waiting around for somebody to do it, and everybody's waiting around for somebody else, aren't they?
So yeah.
It's getting late. Can we table the issues?
Yeah, you can.
We can, if you guys want to make a motion to table it, we can table it.
I'll make a motion that we table the Parks Crossing preliminary plat to our next council meeting.
Yeah, how long will it take you to find out some information?
I'll have the next council meeting.
By our next council meeting.
Well, our next council meeting right for Thanksgiving.
Like 2 days before.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying.
So
I don't know why he
all my
thinks
kids live
I don't know why
in
he
my
thinks he's
basement.
going anywhere.
All
His
your
family's
kids
here too, but
all your kids live with you. What are you talking
I know.
about?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we table it until the next council meeting. All in favor? 4 in favor. Good. Oh. Okay, next, ready. Sorry you've had to wait so long.
It's okay.
Anybody wants to leave can leave.
Like, New Year's, I'm staying all night. Just kidding, I'm out.
Spencer's in for
Charlotte,
all
I
of
gotta
it.
walk. I should take your car.
You want my keys? You can take my kid's car.
I'll make Derek take you.
There you go.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys.
Okay, thank you for coming. Sorry.
Just don't do it on
It was on a crazy night.
Not a problem. You bet. See you. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to make a presentation and bring you up to date what's been going on with Ready. Ready's a 501c6 nonprofit corporation, so just bringing you up to date and educating you to the format of Ready. We focus on business retention, expansion, and recruitment, workforce development, education and training, and then of course research and entrepreneurship activities. That's an area that we really want to seek a lot of growth in. We cover 15 counties, covering southeast and east Idaho, under what's called Eastern Idaho. And Ready works in partnership with regional leaders, so city and county. We work with business and industry, higher education institutions, nonprofits, and also community leadership. Our key regional assets and strengths, we have the second largest workforce in Idaho, fourth and fifth largest cities, Pocatello and Idaho Falls. 81.7% of the population is under 30. That is in Rexburg due to BYU, Idaho. It's a good thing, but in some areas that show up on the stats, it's a bad thing. Home of the largest DOE site, home of the Collaborative Computing Center, home of the Cybercore Integration Center. We have 8 key medical facilities, ag mega center. So number one in spring wheat, number one in malt barley, and then of course number one potato capital in the winter. This is amazing. So I worked for the state of Utah doing economic development prior to coming into this position. I've been doing regional and state economic development for 30 years now. I always tell people I started when I was 10. But a region of this area to have 5 federal programs is phenomenal. You don't see that. And even my colleagues in Utah say, how on earth did they get 5 federal programs? But these are the 5 federal programs that currently exist in our region and put a lot of make an impact to our economy. We have 50,000 students that are currently enrolled in our institutions. As we know, a lot of them are doing online learning because of what's happened over the last 18 to 24 months with COVID-19, but that will continue to increase over time. So especially the College of Eastern Idaho, we're seeing a lot of growth in that area because kids are taking a look at their education, and 4-year degrees are not as mandated as much as certifications and 2-year degrees. So when we look at where we were, I came on board July 1 of 2019, and I took an inventory of what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, what's going on in the region, what's not, what is going on, what's not going on, what should be going on in our region, and really took a deep dive. And it was at that point in time that I saw that there were a lot of changes that needed to be made. And so we rolled out what's called Ready 2020. We started down the path of rolling out these new programs and initiatives, and this darn thing called COVID-19 hit. And of course, everybody get us. It's new. We don't know. It's uncertainty. It's probably going to be 30 to 60 days. It's going to be gone. It's going to be out of our way. Even the professionals that this is their business couldn't even tell us what was happening. Even with bad things that happen, good things can push change. And so we felt like this was a great time for us to pivot and adapt. Businesses to pivot and adapt, and economic development to pivot and adapt. So we redid our investor levels. There were just a few certain levels and benefits attached to those. We wanted even our small startup companies to be involved in regional economic development and invest in that. So we revamped our entire level and benefits. We also went in and looked at all of the areas that needed to be stimulated to strengthen both economic vitality and resiliency. So these are the areas that we have focused on. There were 5 top producing sectors identified by Ready. Prior to my arrival, we've added 2 more. Those are highlighted in yellow. Banking and finance is a huge area in our region. And then, of course, in our areas to the west, tourism is a big economic driver for those communities. So outdoor products and recreation needed to be added. We launched a new website, and we launched a new website because it needed to be more driven, data-driven for us to make decisions, community members, and leadership to make decisions, but it also needed to be real-time data. So we put PDF files on our website with a lot of economic data that you can download for the different counties and what's going on in there. We did an economic dashboard, again for site selectors as they come in. 60 seconds or less, if you don't have the information they want on the front page of your website, they're gone. You don't even know that they're interested in your region or your community. So we wanted to make sure that all the information that they're most interested in is on the front page of our website, which we've been able to accomplish. So all of this information was redone. We launched several new programs, Site Selector, or what we call Shovel Ready sites. That could be roads, curb gutter, sidewalk, some type of infrastructure. But a lot of communities, a lot of states do certified sites, which means that there's tax incentives, there's all these pieces to bring new development into an area. But we just said, you know what, let's look at shovel-ready sites where there's some piece of that shovel-ready that's applicable to get the site selector to be interested in that community and in that specific site, whether it's raw land or whether it's a building that they're interested in. We also launched the Eastern Idaho Roots program, so employers have open positions they're trying to fill. This is a great way to recruit people back to Eastern Idaho. So rather than going to 20 different websites of companies, they come into Ready and it has employers listed and the positions that are open. So they go to one website. This has brought a lot of people back to Eastern Idaho because they said your website is great. It's exactly what we wanted. We didn't feel there was opportunities to come back, but your website proved us wrong. There are opportunities and the wages are matching what we need to have a living to come back in. We also launched the Eastern Ida Entrepreneurship and Incubation Alliance in 2020. We call it EI Squared. We have all of these organizations that are working with entrepreneurs, but nobody collaborates and works together. So Ready pulled everybody around the table and said, look, in order to build a strong ecosystem for entrepreneurial activities, we've all got to work together. We've got to pool our resources and assets together and be able to build an entrepreneurial pipeline where if an entrepreneur comes to me as a small business development center, I consult with them, I give them all the information they need. I should be able to hand them over to the next organization through an e-introduction and make sure that when we push them through that pipeline, when they come out, they're firmly planted in place. That idea or the concept or startup is ready to go. So they're not faltering. They're not still wondering what additional resources do I need. So this has been a great program that we have launched. We also launched the Regional Economic Development Program in 2020. We have EDs that work for cities and counties. They're working individually. We want everybody to work on a regional basis. We want communication to be open. We want to leverage all of the assets that we have in a region. We want objectives, action. We want measurements, accountability, and we want outcomes, which is performance.
Teresa, what does ED stand for?
Economic development.
Okay.
Economic development.
So all of our cities and counties, we meet on a monthly basis. Ready runs the program, we run the meeting, and it's just been a really great win-win. We also formed the Nuclear Consortium group. The Nuclear Consortium, as you know, we are a hotspot for nuclear here. That was a bad word to use, huh? When you're talking about nuclear. We're seeing a lot of growth, right, in the nuclear area, but we're well known for energy. 82% of the energy is generated in Idaho's carbon-free. We rank number 2. Vermont beats us out as number 1, but we rank number 2 in the nation in this regard. There are 6 of 9 nuclear projects that have been approved to be constructed here in eastern Idaho. So when we talk about what's happening with housing, it's just going to be more complicated, okay? Because right now we're going to peak around 2026, 2027 with 5,000 construction workers coming in eastern Idaho to work on these projects. We estimate between 60 and 70% of them will probably be coming out of state.
Wow.
That's just construction workers.
So
that's just construction
so
workers.
do you have data on why they're coming from out of state? Is that just because the government
we don't have
the
enough
people to do
construction
it?
workers locally, and they're transient. So they work on the oil rigs, they work on the nuclear projects. So 8 of us, leadership went to Plant Vogtle, which is in Waynesboro, Georgia. It's the biggest nuclear site under construction right now in the United States. They had 8,600 construction workers on site. The majority of them come from New Mexico, from New York, New Jersey, all over the United States to work on these projects. Now, once the projects are completed, then they need the workforce, right, to fill those positions, which could be anywhere from a janitorial to a secretary to a nuclear physicist, right? So diversity in the types of jobs that will be involved in these projects as well. So we're going to see a large increase of population here in eastern Idaho. So we want to make sure in pulling the leadership together, we pulled all of the nuclear players in this area and said, all right, let's map out the projects, let's map out the timelines, let's map out the requirements, job skill requirements, job descriptions, so that we know if it's a welder, it's a different type of welder for new skill than it is for INL, and what are the differentiations of those requirements, making sure that our institutions of higher education are training people to fill these positions locally. So we've really been working hard. It's going to affect housing, workforce, infrastructure. All these areas are going to feel some pressures. And so, again, we want to be ahead of the game. When we went to Plant Vogtle, we met with city, we met with county, we met with the educational people, and they were not ready for the 8,600 people. And we wanted to take the lessons learned and the mistakes made and make sure we don't make them here. And so that's why, even though these, we're talking 2026, 2027, and it seems like a long ways down the road, it's not. It's tomorrow, right? So we want to make sure that we're doing everything to get our systems in place to prepare for what's going to come. And then also Idaho Technology Council puts out their knowledge report every year. They started it in 2018. The great thing about this area, we are the only region in the whole state of Idaho where Region 5 and 6 come together and report what's going on in our region. Everybody's individualized. And so it's the only time that 2 regions come together under Ready and report.
And we gave a phenomenal report last year online during their event, and everybody called after and said, how did you get the two regions to work together? It wasn't simple. It still isn't simple, right? But I think that it's working, and that's the main thing. We also launched several events. Our What's Up in Eastern Idaho. It's a conference that showcases what's happening, so you know it's exclamation mark. It's not a question mark about what's happening in Eastern Idaho. We just had our second one held 2 weeks ago, and our next one's scheduled on October 28th. This picture really depicts what's happening with economic development. Everything is virtual right now. It's even so virtual that we're flying drones over sites and sending those pictures back to site selectors because they're not traveling. They're still not traveling. And quite frankly, press kills us. And when Idaho and the non-vaccination and all of these other things, site selectors will not come here because of the numbers of COVID cases. So, you know, that affects economic development. So when people say it doesn't affect us, it does affect us. When I came on as CEO, I put together what's called a scorecard. I need to make sure that I have identified objectives, my timelines. I want to make sure that the decisions that are made are data-driven. They're not just things I'm going to pull out of the sky and say, oh, this sounds like a really cool concept, a really cool idea. I want to make sure that we have a card, and we are scoring ourselves, we're tracking our progress, we're measuring our outcomes. And all of you should have seen the READY report. READY was rolled out in 2015. Never once have they printed, you can tell it's late, printed an annual report. So we printed an annual report last year. We will continue to print an annual report. Again, it's about accountability, right? Return on investment to the investors and accountability. Make sure that the needle is moving forward. It's not moving backwards, nor is it stagnant. So that is something individually. So we're thrilled about what's been accomplished in 2020. We've worked hard to all these new programs and resources that we've pushed forward. We also rolled out new programs in 2021. We've had meetings, charrettes. We've had different events across the 15-county region. We've met with business leaders, industry, university, government.
What are charrettes? Oh, dude, charrettes are so cool.
Charrettes are the coolest thing. It's basically bringing the community together and developing how you want your community to look in 5, 10, 15 years. And so it's cool. It's picture boarding. It's basically what it is.
There's a film out about the KKK and black kids, and they do a charrette, and it's awesome to watch the difference.
It really is.
A charrette is
it's
a committee put together by from the community, and then there's a moderator, and the moderator gives them jobs to do, and they work together in small groups and community level. They go out and get the information and put it together, talk about it, discuss it, put it all together, and then they come out with the collaboration. It's awesome.
It's a really cool way to plan communities. So the work that we've done has been built on the foundation of working together. It's really about the regional economic development concept. But I think what's interesting is being united and making sure that we have diverse voices of people that add their input. So our focus will continue on these areas. We're going to stay the course because it's working. Again, I feel my first year in 2020. 2021, we feel is a year of transformational. So we pivoted and adapt because we had no other choice, right? Because of COVID. But also, it was a time for us to transform. How do we want to go forward? How does the city of Shelley want to go forward to transform who you are and what you want to be 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road? With all these nuclear projects coming down, the areas that are going to be the most impact are Rigby, Idaho Falls, and Shelley, and Ammon. Those are the areas that are going to be most impacted from people coming in to work on these projects. So when we look at Ready 2021, we're going to continue to work with stakeholders. Your voices are important to us. We want to hear what's going on in your cities, and the mayor serves on Ready's executive board of directors. You have a seat on the board. And so, anytime that the mayor can't attend those meetings, then
Mayor, I have some questions for the board.
So
keep going.
So these are our priorities. We're going to continue to stay the course. We have rolled out several new programs for 2021. We've got some data-driven or some employer-driven educational and training programs for their workforce. We've also got a trailing spouse program. We've got a lot of professionals moving into this area, but they're bringing a spouse or a partner with them. So we want to make sure that we take their resumes. We have such a great network across the region. We can send those resumes out, and we can find jobs for their trailing spouses. So we've been trying to look at all these programs that need to come forward. So we've had multiple dozens of interest of companies coming in here. We have had some successes of bringing those companies in. Where we have not had successes is, number one, 250,000 to 500,000 square foot buildings. Hundreds of acres that they need for their projects. We can't fulfill their requirements. Or they want a blighted site, but they want all these conditions attached to the blighted site. In other words, they want money put in their pocket to be able to develop the blighted site. So the conditions sometimes are unrealistic. And quite frankly, we need to be picky about what types of businesses we want to bring into our region and into our communities, right? Our door is not open to everybody. We want to bring the right jobs, the right companies in that support our region and support our communities. So I want you to know, first and foremost, we don't respond to a lot of them because they're just not a good fit for our region.
She should have went first.
Okay, so working together to build diverse, it's invest, support, commit, and partnerships. That's what builds competitive regions, is those simple words. And so I'm just going to end on, we are rolling out a new marketing theme with Ready. It's called Power Place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on final visit to Eastern Idaho, home of Ready, regional economic development for Eastern Idaho. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire flight crew, I'd like to welcome you to Eastern Idaho.
So that's our new marketing theme for 2022. Because everything that's going on here, this is a power place, and we're going to give Utah a run for their money.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on.
That's my contact information, and that's all I've got to share.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for staying. We should let you go first.
I know. I was
little
looking over at you.
caveat on the top of that.
I struggled a little bit there. I got a little sleepy, but.
So what I need to know now is I need approval to pay this invoice, or for you consider paying this invoice for $4,000 to Ready.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the invoice for Ready for $4,000.
Probably just give it to her, sitting through this meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did everybody
I
get
second it.
All in favor?
No, that was good.
All right, all in favor.
Teresa, is your office located in Idaho Falls?
So we have two offices, one in Pocatello, one in Idaho Falls. So I live in Pocatello because my son, 4 of my 6 grandbabies are there.
Oh,
That's exactly where I would be too.
So that's where Grandma needed to be, but our main office is Idaho Falls.
You're still at Snake River Landing, right?
Yes.
Good. We need to sometimes sit down and talk about we need to just talk about sometime, you and I maybe, about in-house businesses that are growing, that are looking for places to land, and seeing what we could do for them as a city. But yeah, it's late. We'll talk
There are
about that
multiple.
sometime.
And we got 100+ acres that.
Yeah.
We got a few of those around town.
So anyway, yeah.
Well, as you continue
Gotta
to grow
repurpose
your
that
community
ground
in
out there.
housing, the community will force, services that will
Right.
be required, right?
And what we'd like to see industry do with some of the rail services, rail accessibilities that we have and road accessibilities, but we'll talk sometime about that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Yes,
everyone.
thank
I
you.
sincerely
Thank you.
appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Teresa.
Thank you. Sandy, can we table all the rest of the stuff?
Huh?
Can we table all the rest of the stuff?
No, you gotta,
One more thing,
wait,
You've got to
one,
do the RFPs,
the RFPs, but there's also that K9 unit.
and we've got
But we
to
haven't
do,
got the contract.
We haven't
back.
got the contract from
we've got
them
to
yet.
do the business licenses and
crap.
the canvas.
Thank you.
He says you did.
Okay,
No, somebody.
I need a motion to accept,
He told me to my face.
You and I will talk.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
So there was.
streetlight person's not here, so let's go business licenses. I need an approval.
Is that-
for
Wait,
business.
Wait, we need to do the RFP.
Oh,
I'm doing
do the RFP
Okay,
first.
so there was 3 RFPs sent out, only one came back. You guys ranked them and scored them. The SIP to come up with the highest score, so,
I'll make a
you want
motion
the
that
board
we-
of grant administration to.
Make a motion that we approve SIPTA for the RFP.
I'll second it.
Been moved and
Yeah.
seconded, all in favor? 4 in favor, okay. Now business license.
I make a motion that we approve all business licenses as stated.
No, we
I'll
have to,
second it.
no, one of them's a beer, we gotta do beer and wine.
Meeting hasn't been adjourned yet. I know what you're trying to do.
There's not.
Yes, there is good to go and drones.
I thought we already did those last.
Yeah.
Well.
No, there was 2 others we did.
Is that just canceled?
Yeah, 'cause
Well,
she was-
she's not here.
Okay, well, I didn't know if she'd called in or anything. Okay, so that's just. Okay.
So we have good to go, which is beer and wine and
Business license.
drones.
Yeah, there is.
All right.
So I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the special, the good to go stores and drones for the beer and wine, and then also on the hook fish and chips for mobile food vendors.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded, we approve those 3, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve all the rest of the licenses.
She can't write that fast.
I second it.
This is like the opposite of a filibuster.
We're testing Sandy's skills
Fast track
tonight.
city councilor.
All right, tonight, I'm trying to get you guys to hurry, you know? Okay, who seconded the beer and wine one?
I did.
I think they all did.
Leif did. Leif did.
Are we supposed to counsel on these things?
No.
Let's talk about this one, huh?
No.
Okay, next.
All right, I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the rest of the business license as stated.
I second it.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor? 4 in favor. Okay, we have to skip K9.
Thank you.
Consider accepting the canvas elections for 2021.
I'll make a motion that we accept the canvassing as it's been constituted.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded, we accept the canvassing that's been constituted, all in favor?
Aye.
4 in favor.
Okay, now I have to list what that record was in the minutes, so you guys are all aware that we have to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and list that, and you're gonna approve
Yes.
that, okay?
Yes.
Who seconded that?
The record you mean on the.
I seconded it.
Holy
Jim
crap,
seconded
Sandy,
it.
come on, aren't you taking shorthand?
I can't even write anymore.
We'll worry about the 4-way stop later. Do we want to, okay, wait a minute. Do we want to establish a fee for extra engineering meetings with developers?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
so we need to, I have to do that for a public hearing, so you just need to call for it to go to public hearing on
Thank
the
you,
first
Teresa.
weekend, first meeting in December.
I'll make a motion, we go ahead and call it a public meeting for determining fees of meetings with engineers and
Developers. Requests by developers.
requests by developers.
Oh, okay.
And I'll second it.
Been moved and second, we go ahead and approve, for the first week in December.
Okay, so-
First meeting, not first week.
First
It'll be-
meeting.
It'll be a fee establishment, and I've already talked to Dave about this, cause I have to print what the fee's gonna be. He feels like it's fair to do time and materials, so whatever, however long what he's gonna bill us for, I'll turn around and charge the developer. Okay?
Okay.
We gotta vote on it.
All in favor? 4 in favor. I already took care of that, guys. Okay, quarterly financial report.
Just, you guys have that, it's there for, I just wanna make it a matter of record, look at it, that's for the final quarter in
I'm all over the place. Yeah, okay, all in favor, or make a motion?
Well, wait, it's just, well, it's not,
I'll
it's not
second
actually,
this percent. I'm just gonna say that percent.
it's not really an action item.
Oh.
Approved.
We're gonna start meshing them all together.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, consider selling of private property that's landlocked.
What did you find out?
Okay,
What did you
so
guys
you
find
did
out?
look into that, and behind your memo, there's,
Yeah, he
his
said that.
findings of what we have to do.
I wasn't here when this issue first came up either, just, so I kind of just, again, painted with a broad brush. I don't know if it sounds like the gentleman, when I went back and read the minutes from the meeting, the last meeting, this gentleman is proposing to buy it from the city.
Right.
Right.
If it is going to be a sale, then yeah, then it's gonna be the process where the city has to
It's a
determine the
bidding
value,
process, right?
and yeah, there's no, I can't see any way around that it has to be put out for bid, so I hope there's not just somebody out there that just wants to.
Well, and was it with the?
No.
That's why that's why we have
You
to
need
sell
to
it
buy
more
for
than
a
part,
little mass.
is because it's not wide enough.
And the problem
Yeah,
is
the
it's gonna
neighbor
take
was-
at least 3 trees.
The neighbor was gonna give him property and.
And he needs
Yeah.
20 feet, not 17, because the lady next to him won't give him anything.
And he should really go back and get it from the Cedar Apartments. You've got landscaping on that side, but it does nothing other than his aesthetics, and he
But
could
if
go back.
he's building a house per city ordinance, he has to have access to a
To a
frontage
frontage
street
street,
from his
not to the
property.
parking lot. That's what we're
Okay.
talking about.
Did we get everything else done? Old council business, what's happening with the park?
So wait, so do you want us
Do we
to go
want
back
to come
on,
out 30
do you want
feet
us to go
straight
back on
and,
the agenda?
Hey,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes, let's table. I'll make a motion. Should we just table that?
Yes,
Yeah,
let's
table
table
that.
it.
to table
So
the
that's why he
landlocked property.
down
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor? Okay.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Moved, seconded by Kim.
All in
They all
favor?
voted yes.
What are we voting on?
Well, if you guys don't shut the hell up and listen.
Sorry, I was teaching Jeff what we're talking about.
Ask Mike how many people are watching this right now.
No,
I
I don't know. Let's look it up.
Oh, man.
I had it on there a minute ago.
Dessert after midnight.
Streaming?
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah,
Instead of grow beard.
So,
No,
Mayor, you have elected, you control the agenda.
Yeah,
You decided you're gonna
22 people are
hold off
watching
on
it.
discussing the acquisition of K-9 unit.
yes.
You're gonna hold off
We
on
don't
the
have the
removal.
contract.
You're gonna hold off on removal of the four-way stop, right?
Yes.
We're gonna,
I think we're all caught up now to old council business.
You do?
Okay, old council business. Adam.
No,
When did they get
well,
it?
yeah, sorry.
All right. So we
Okay.
met with the commissioners.
'Cause they jumped my
We're
trash
working on a
out.
couple of items. One is the water. Being able to have water for the bathrooms and the other spigots. They said something about allowing us for like 2 years to be able to use the water from the well until we get our own system in place. So they're working on writing that up, plus a property description line. Is that right, Jeff?
yes, that's correct.
And getting that to us. So it's kind of in their boat right now.
Okay. I'm multitasking here. BJ, got anything else for us, quick?
I do not.
Sandy,
No.
Michael,
Say no.
Jordan, you got anything? Nope. Justin?
No.
Chief? Dave, I'm not even asking you. Yeah.
Our chief's got nothing either.
Hey.
I was
He
gonna
doesn't
request
have
a
to
lengthy
report.
executive session, but I guess I'll hold off.
Okay.
I was gonna bring up the same thing. I'm gonna.
Oh, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
No, it's all
Sorry,
right.
go.
Okay, Lake.
Do I have anything?
Yeah.
No. You told me I don't.
Kim.
well, there's this thing
I already said enough.
that I heard, and I just kidding, no, I don't have anything.
No.
She's the only one awake because she was drinking the whole thing. She didn't bring me one, though.
Meeting adjourned. I got other stuff here, but I'll worry about it later.
Good morning, council.
Yeah.
Just a second, hold on.
Oh my gosh, this is the latest.
We've never done this.
Turn that off.
Sandy,
Click the button there.
Sandy,
Oh,
Turn
crap.
that off.
Oh, good night. I am so